and set up and
It's
stuff?
been started. Probably should
Been
be fine.
started.
Should
Okay,
be fine.
cool. I don't know if we're still doing like backups and stuff or not.
We're gonna try this without one.
Alrighty then. Let me just grab a drink really quick because I just got home. But
Yeah.
okay, I play our nice heroic pirate music. If I can hear it. There it is. All right. Um, Last session, just do a really very brief recap. Our party had just finished killing a bunch of owlbears, and proceeded to make their way through the forest of the wind. They unfortunately lost a good amount of time progressing forward due to a series of extremely unfortunate athletics checks. Um, I lost time with the wind pushing against them, but eventually made their way to a small clearing where they circumvented an acrobatics challenge by simply having one person do it and then having that person pull everybody else up. Despite this, full damage was had, as perhaps the hand of fate itself pushed Alok a little bit off of the wall and sending him clattering to the ground. Um, Pushing through that, they had come upon a series of shrines and statues, which, in a similar fashion as the Trial of the Breeze, which had been uh, tackled in the festival by Alok previously, you guys investigated each statue to figure out which one of them was identical to the very first waymarker, in order to figure out which path was the correct path forward. Um, Following that, you came to a small clearing where it was evident that a battle had taken place. There were scorch marks along the ground, places where armored feet had scraped against the grass and torn it up as a dance of blades and magic had taken place there. A little further away from this spot, you met a young wind elf named Demera, who had gone off with a Valair and the contingent that she brought towards the Den of the Silk Mother to try and help. She begged for a healing spell. You guys denied her a healing spell, feeling a little wary of her intentions, and instead gave her a quick stab to the arm. Um, Later on, as you kept progressing through the forest, you found an identical wind elf dead on the ground, covered in webs, and concluded that the first one you met must have been an imposter. You backtracked to the forest, running at top speed, eventually chased the imposter down, and after a few moments of intense confrontation, the imposter revealed themselves as your former captain, if only for really less than a day, Aramis. Um, you quickly subdued him in his weakened state, tied him up, and grilled him for information for truly quite a while. Um, uh, After doing so, he had revealed to you guys the secret of the Reaper, in that the crew of it is entirely manned by the souls of those who have already departed, that have been given a second life aboard the ship, perhaps making it a little more evident why the ship is named the Reaper. Um, uh, After that, you proceeded to go into the den of the Silk Mother and have truly the closest fight that we've had all campaign, and successfully, non-lethally, took down the cursed and possessed form of the Silk Mother, uh, uh, with only with two of you having fallen and being restored, Suma with a health potion, and Ruby healed by Alok, although she is still paralyzed for a good while on the ground and restrained by webbing. We're gonna cut right back in to the heart of the Force of the Wind, in that den, small clearing, crisscrossed with these undulating webs, at the heart of which is this massive hollow tree stump that has like a large web with these cocoons that you know have wind elves trapped within them. Um, Silk Mother has fallen, but she still lives, and she still lives with the curse. So the forest remains hostile and dangerous. Darkness creeps through the wood, and As you all collectively catch your breaths, a mournful wind howls through the trees. In the distance, you can still hear the chittering of spiders and the pawing of animals in the underbrush, enraged by the curse of Xandis upon them. B5, what would you guys like to do now?
Whew.
I assume
Question.
Gala and I have our
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
conversation at some point.
Palea, she must be so excited! Ha 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 ha!
Record scratch, you may wonder
Oh,
how I got here.
Yeah,
Uh,
do we just skip ahead to where Ruby can, or are we just... right now we're doing... Before she wakes up, we probably need to find a solution.
I think she's like that for an hour or something. Although I don't think we know that, so
you don't
Unless-
know when it'll wear off.
it's like real nature.
Can I roll it? I didn't get a chance to, and now that I see the spiders dead and all that, can I just check and nature it?
Yeah, make a nature check. See if you can guesstimate based on the poisons you've encountered.
People,
before.
yeah, people need, these are, oh, I might know what these are.
On a 22, she's got an hour.
Okay, we got an hour. These are special
So-
spiders.
Is your intention just to sit and like take a short rest collectively, while waiting for Ruby to get back up, or is there anything else you guys would like to do?
We need to find something to do before she wakes up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Should we?
That's a lot of rope to tie up all those arms.
Should we even be? I don't like spending time in here because her broodlings might hatch. But
But
yeah.
we need Ruby up to get rid of the curse.
I think
Yeah.
I could do it, but I would have to rest.
How long? Like a long rest? Like a rest rest?
A long rest, 4
Okay.
hours of sleep,
Okay.
whatever you.
She's gonna have to sustain some brain
Yeah.
damage then.
Can't wait. I don't know how it works. You can't get a third level spell with arcane recovery.
Technically haven't learned remove curse until tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
level
Because of my
6.
level
say,
up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were
can
going to
level
dispel
up.
magic.
So
Okay.
it's kind of like, oh, I think I could do it because I learned about curses, but
Okay.
I have to sleep first, so.
Gotcha.
Before we... It's not... It's... Okay, how much does she weigh, the brood mother? I'm assuming a good amount. Like
A good amount, at least like 500 pounds.
Whew,
That's easy.
I mean-
We're all very strong.
the
Yeah,
people that are remaining could totally do it, but just in
She's
case
like
we
10
can't.
feet by 10 feet. 500
Yeah.
is probably undershooting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least like 1,000, I would say. Definitely, you can't miss her by yourself.
Alright, I assume that Suma didn't find her when she was looking, but can we make a concentrated effort during this time to find anyone who's alive in the webs?
Yeah.
Please.
See,
I
since we
would
now
like
know that
each
the
of
poison
you-
is meant to not, keep them paralyzed and not kill until eaten.
You guys can go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. I will be using aid from Eduardo.
Cool. I'm gonna say you guys have a similar experience together as you guys do this. You come up to, you guys kind of, I guess, would probably split in multiple directions, climb up the stump of this tree, and like, kind of walk very gingerly on the webbing, kind of swaying a little bit in the wind. The dark winds of the forest kind of whipping past you as you very slowly inch your way over to check on each of these cocoons. With everybody having a really high investigation check, I think as you look into, you can see that the cocoons are there are bits of it that are not as tightly wrapped as other parts, and so there are a little bit more translucent and not as full of this corruption. You see that the people inside these cocoons look like they're in some kind of stasis. They don't seem to be breathing, but they don't seem to be dead either.
Is it similar to Ruby?
I will say no. Ruby is still breathing. Like, I think Ruby can blink and you know what I mean? I think she just can't talk or communicate very much. I'm assuming you probably set her up and like cut the webbing off of her as
No,
well.
no, she's surrounded by
Uh,
webbing and spiders.
I'm assuming you make her a little bit comfortable between these giant spider corpses. Yeah.
It's
You
something you
guys-
rolled to understand this.
You can go ahead and give me a medicine check to see if you can tell kind of where they're at.
I don't.
Just
I
a
wonder
luck
if I
or-
could.
Oh,
Well,
I
I'm
mean, I
thinking,
didn't
Could
know.
I do Arcana to see if it's curse related?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
Let's see.
Okay. On a 9 and a 1, you guys
It's
really can't tell what's
scurvy.
going on with them.
It's scurvy.
You can generally tell that they're not dead. Suma, on a 14, you kind of like take in the situation, and you can see that there is a bit of arcane energy tracing out from these webs to the Silk Mother. And as you kind of study what kind of magic might be in this webbing, I think it dawns on you that these cocoons are actually sustaining these individuals in the webs.
So we should not take them
Because
out
the whole thing where they had come in here, that happened a while ago.
Mhm.
And it had happened last night essentially. Valere and them would have arrived here earlier this morning, and it is now pretty much midnight, just about. You get the sense that these people would have been dead if they had been left to the elements, but that there's some kind of arcane effect of these webbings, like the seal that they're in is keeping them alive, like their own life support essentially. And cutting the web would probably.
So maybe we leave these folks until the broodmother is cured.
All right.
Aren't
well,
they dead?
They're not dead. They're
Not
in
breathing.
in a magical stasis. I think once the corruption is cleared from the Silk Mother, I think she'll be able to help these folks to get out of the cocoons safely.
Could you try like stabbing them with healing?
Oh.
I could. I'm worried that if I stab through the web, it will cut the web, and I'm worried that would.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Fair enough.
if my
Also, I
if
don't
my
want
orange
to
juice
use
isn't
too much
working,
of it.
then I don't think I don't think the healing from the dagger will work either. I've seen this before on the
to
seas.
make this a little more clear, it's like they're dead but being kept warm.
Oh, they're dead?
Like they are dead but being kept in a state of like as soon as this thing is not on them, they will die instantly. It's not like they're not rolling death saves. They're not
okay.
unconscious.
They are
Like,
comatose, and this is their life system.
this is their life system. The moment it's gone, they're gone as well.
Gentle
it's not
repose.
Essentially, yeah.
This is some good webbing. I don't know. We might need to bring this back to the ship if we can. Like, this is
Well,
some
you do know
good webbing.
this
Good
is
webbing. This is some high-tier webbing.
Where do you think you'll find use of this?
Well, if like, oh no, I've been stabbed. Webbing, you know?
I
I
don't
will
think
say-
that's how it works.
With the 14 Suma, you get the sense that it's because it's still connected to a very powerful being. It's why it's working like that.
The
Not like if you
properties,
took it with you.
the properties of this webbing is something magnificent.
Surely they could make they make wind clothes.
Yeah, they make
so
wind
maybe
clothes.
they could
It's
make,
it's all the
Hunter
silk.
Post cloak.
It's all the silk. I'm telling you.
So if we collect a lot of it, we can become merchants.
Yeah.
Just forget about the whole prophecy.
Honestly, let's go to the claw.
wait a
They have the eye. Okay, well, I guess we can't leave
Can-
here for various reasons, so I guess let's set up shack and take a rest.
But we can't see any of the people in the cocoon make out their features, right?
It's tough. They're pretty wrap tight.
Can you have your bat scream at them to echolocate? Does that work?
Well,
You
actually,
could
I
find
will
them.
say, on a 20 investigation, Suma, you are probably the only person who would be able to determine that one of these in the far back, this little hunched over figure is Valere.
She's here. This one.
She has not been eaten.
Yet.
Is she in stasis as well?
Yeah.
Damn.
Question.
Yeah.
Would it put them in far more danger if I attempted to sift through the pockets?
You could not. You'd have to disturb the webbing to get through
Okay,
it to get
that's
to their pockets.
gotcha.
That's a good
Yeah, they're
question.
encased. They're in a cocoon.
If I look around here, just looking around, not at the corpses, but just in the area, is there anything of interest? Anything that sticks out?
I guess make a perception check, or another investigation, since you were specifically looking through the bodies before. Oof, another 17. Um, on a 17, I think you look through the webbing, and I think you can very clearly see how much of it. You see that the Silk Mother's webbing, like very tiny, minuscule strands of it reach out into all directions in the forest. And I think you were able to put together that because the Silk Mother is cursed, and the Silk Mother is connected to everything here, with those strands of webbing that can kind of materialize from the wind, and in some ways are the wind. That is the reason why everything is still hostile. Looking around, you do spot a couple of four of these wind cloaks used swords. So you find 3 long swords and a rapier that they had dropped when they had fallen in battle. The Silk Mother did not care to wrap that up in the cocoon with her. But not much else other than that. Just kind of the wreckage of a battle and what used to be a site of cultural significance for the Village of the Wind, desecrated.
I'll gather up those weapons and put them in a pile. So
Cool.
it's there for them later.
I'll make a let's see, from, I don't know if you can see it. Let's see. I want to make a little pathway. Just using like Eldritch Blast to like shoot water across to destroy the webbing. Just so if something goes bad, if we have an out.
Okay, yeah. I will say that we can like kind of, if this is what we're gonna do, we can kind of cut to like past the hour that Ruby would be paralyzed, and say that you guys can spend that time kind of clearing out the webs from this area.
Gotcha.
Cool, because I mean, Suma has Firebolt. That's a cantrip. I'm assuming you guys can you have Eldritch Blast cantrip, just blasting it everywhere.
I might use a little short rest instead.
Yeah, Alok, you are free to take a short rest. So an hour passes. I'm gonna roll.
We're not level 6 yet, right?
No,
so
not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I think narratively and functionally, it'd be weird if like I'm at 1 HP and now I'm at even more than my max was 10 seconds ago. So I think that'll be like kind of when this concludes. Nice. You guys are able to take that short rest. Suma and Gallet, you were able to clear out the webbing, and Ruby, the poison ebbs away from your body, and you feel yourself, your muscles stiff and aching, finally able to move and speak again.
Oh my god, that was the most boring hour of my life.
Oh, you're back. Hey.
Yeah.
That was a fun fight for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
All right. Hey, due to various reasons, would you like a bell of healing?
Sure, why not?
I turned to Alok. I think she needs it, and I give her the bell.
Okay.
Whatever.
Give her the bell. Yeah. So you guys are trying to take a long rest here, right?
Yeah, we're gonna need a watch system, but like our options are rather
Yeah.
limited.
Is Ruby out of third level spells?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
It was remove curse in the morning and then call lightning later. I'll verify.
hmm
And Suma won't technically learn remove curse until a bit later.
I still have one spell slot left for level 1 spells, and then I think 2 for level 2. I'm not sure though. That doesn't seem right. Definitely have 1 for level 1 though.
So I'll just cast remove curse, I guess.
I'm sorry.
I'll just
What changed with you, Alok? Did you
I'm
level
only
up
level
from
6.
the fight?
I'm actually a
Someone's the
6th level
ghost of a
cleric now.
cleric.
Yeah.
incredible.
Nice.
Alok, you're full of like surprises. You know that?
I know, it's crazy.
Second. Telling me I didn't
cool.
have to use mine. Okay, next time you do it. I'll post people.
All right, gang. Who is going to take the first watch?
I can take
You guys are all.
first watch.
Gallant, you're gonna take the first watch.
Yeah.
Cool.
All I need is a
Um,
short rest, and I got everything back.
Yeah. We're gonna say for now, just ignore the webbing. Do you guys fuck with this egg sack in the corner at all?
I don't want to kill it because we're trying to be nice to the Silk Mother, but I'm ready to kill it when it comes out.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I guess what area here would you guys be taking your short rest?
Probably smartest to take it somewhere near the tree so we can keep an eye on the ones that live.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I will see you guys probably leave that big web intact and you underneath it you guys kind of curl up against these roots. Ruby, if you want to move over there. Soon as well.
Yeah, I'd probably rest near where Belair is, which she's this one.
Yeah, she's that one.
Okay, so yeah, I'll sort of take up watch like next to her.
Okay.
Um,
Yes.
before we sleep, I just want to say, well, I have a feeling that I can, what's it called? Not animate the dead, like, speak with the dead after I rest. So if we wanted to talk to Valair, I think that would let us do that? Maybe?
Ruby, do you? I know this would ask a lot of you, but are you willing to try revivify on her?
That's true. Yeah, I can do it.
I have this diamond. It came with the bag of
yeah!
gold that the Storm King gave me, and I'm willing to use it on her. If you'll cast the spell.
Is it worth exactly 100 or 300 gold?
It is worth exactly that much.
It is, and I've chipped off this additional piece that's worth 50 gold, but you can have the rest.
Crazy! Crazy.
Kind of wild, actually.
I mean, are we sure though? Like, do we trust her judgment? She was buddy with Aramis, you know?
Wouldn't it be? Isn't this something we can somewhat wait on when we are all full health and got all our spell slots back? Now, I'm not trying to be a party pooper here, but she seems to be in a stable condition
We have to do it
comparatively.
in the morning anyway, because it's
Yes.
relatively powerful.
So, Suma, Alok, and Ruby, you guys all rest. Gallet, you stay up,
Mhm.
keeping watch. Give me a perception check.
Oh, you know I got it.
Do you have dark vision? No, right? Is there any
Nope.
warlock stuff that gives you dark? With disadvantage.
I
Warlock.
do technically have a thing. Let's see, lantern, but I'm not gonna turn it on because it's gonna just burn out before it's useful. So right now I'm
Mhm.
just using, but it's okay. Nothing's gonna happen.
Ooh, one. On a one, Gallet, you begin to nod off very slightly, or at least space out a little bit. You kind of head nodding back and forth. You can feel something in the back of your head calling you to rest. And so you do not see or hear the sounds of the egg sac rupturing in the far corner. and you do not hear its first few moves towards you. Until it is right here. It is Ruby, what was your health before this?
How much did you?
I think it was at
heal?
5.
It was 5, yeah.
I think you were at
Okay.
5.
Sweet. Did the being paralyzed count as a rest?
I want to say you're not resting if you are paralyzed. I want to say that.
I think that's all you're doing. Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I think it's not very restful if your muscles are literally seized up.
It's kinda
So
like
this thing,
massage
yeah. So I'm gonna need everybody to roll initiative real quick. Should be a short fight.
I was not prepared for this.
Quick
I am
question.
sleeping. This is a really nice sleep.
Quick question, Gino.
Yeah.
Did I have 1 hour of a short rest before this?
Yeah, you guys had rested before.
Okay.
In the meantime, of while Ruby was knocked out, briefly. So this thing is going to get a surprise round on all of you. But it doesn't really matter much because it's only one little person. You guys will take care of it super fast.
Yeah. Super easy.
God, I have so many of these.
Am I awake for the immediate start of the fight or no?
I'm gonna say
Probably
that first round, that surprise round, is gonna be you being alerted that something is happening, but not really being able to do anything yet.
Yep.
And this thing goes
Darn
first regardless. Select one is gone.
Sounds like Silk Mother. I don't know.
It's back. That is an exact tie between it and Suma, but I'm gonna say it goes before Suma regardless.
Wow.
Wow. 3 20s on initiative.
Mhm.
Great. Let's see. I swear I'm not picking on you. I promise I'm not picking on you.
Natural time.
I
Well,
promise. You just happen to be the closest in that direction.
to be fair,
I just recovered. I didn't want to walk that far.
attacking a sleeping creature is an automatic crit, I believe. So, if it hits,
Yeah.
I
If
won't
it
hit.
hits, it
It
will
won't
be an auto crit.
It won't hit. You're fine. You're fine.
But I think actually the piercing damage would down you first, and so you wouldn't be paralyzed. I think technically it says the poison one. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna roll the hit. I believe it has advantage as well because you are prone. That's gonna do it.
Oh my god.
Okay. That's 13 damage. And then I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw with advantage, because you are a dwarf.
Wonderful.
Ooh.
On a nat 20 save, man, I'm gonna say, I'm still gonna roll.
I mean, she goes down either way.
You go down either
Yeah.
way, but I'm gonna say, so you take an extra 5 damage, but on a nat 20 con save, I think that you will not be paralyzed if you get back up. Cool.
18 damage?
18 total. Everybody else is surprised, so it's gonna go again. Gonna go straight up to Gallet and attack.
Ah!
Bites. Oh, that's ignore it. It doesn't have advantage, but it still hits, but it doesn't have advantage.
Oh yeah. Ah!
Dude, anyways, he's sitting down. I don't know.
You know what? You know that is true. That is true. That's a natural 20. I am sitting down. Come on, it's my fault.
okay.
It's my fault. Give it to me.
Okay.
Ah!
How dare you
13?
sit while you're resting?
13, and I need a DC 11 con save from you.
All right, give me a second. I have to subtract many things. The 33. I think that's... Oh well.
Yeah, you're gonna take.
One little fight, it's fine, guys.
It's fine, it's
Oh.
fine.
I guess this would be 4d8, huh?
Yeah, it's doubling the poison.
This would be 4d8. Huh.
Tip the K.
Okay.
I'm good!
All right. That's its time. That's all I can do. It's Suma. Suma, you're in the most peaceful trance of like all these thoughts swimming in your head of like reuniting with Valere and kind of asking her like what her journey has been with searching for the meaning of these shards and what it's been like living without a twin as a twin yourself. And then you just hear like the sound of like chittering, like legs scurrying on the ground. And you look up and you can't tell the difference with Ruby because she was already on the ground. But you see Gallet kind of like with like this giant spider like biting into his like side. What is your move?
I'm too tired to even blade songs, so I'm just gonna. I imagine that I was like up in the big web, like
Sure,
hanging out in the
yeah.
branches.
I would say probably the only person who has like the zen to like kind of sit just like on a web balanced as they tranced.
So I'm gonna go right, basically on top of it. I'm gonna cast Dragon Breath at 3rd level.
Oh hell
Because
yeah!
I did have a 3rd level left before I went to sleep.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Bellman.
So that is a Dex save from you.
Save for this big guy.
For flavor,
Um,
what damage type are you doing?
I think it has to be fire.
Is it
because
fire?
I'm
It's a
a
14
sun elf,
save.
Oh, I see.
so
I think your save's a
Flavor
15 now, isn't it?
blah, blah, blah. Let me check. Yep, it's 15. So
okay,
it
fails.
fails.
Full damage.
And so it will take. Wow.
Full 7
Wow.
Oh,
damage.
it's
Okay.
going down.
Suma,
It dies, right?
You drop down
I'm like,
still. Yeah, just like just a little fire.
I get a little frog in my throat.
Yeah, a little Ophelia in your throat. You are.
Okay.
There you are.
Never mind. I'm just gonna back up.
Pretty sure it can still get a hit on you.
Oh, that's right, because it is large.
It is Lord.
So I guess then I'll just hang out right
Okay.
on top it.
Cool. Great. Gallet, is now your turn.
Not Suma! That really got him! I seeing that Ruby's downed again, and I'm not looking so hot. Suma, you got this! And I'll touch Ruby, and I'll cast that 3rd level invisibility on both of us.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Okay.
And
you
whatever movement I have left, or if I can do anything else, I'll try to just drag her away.
guys go completely invisible. Cool. That's your action. Cool. Ruby, it is now your turn. I need you to whisper me a death save.
Okay. Click it still, or will it pop up for everybody? Click on the
I think
chart.
if you select GM roll, it'll just go straight to me instead of whatever the other option is.
Do I do that? Type GM roll?
At
and
the
that's it?
at the top left of your character sheet, it should like you see where it says public and red.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, 2 GM.
And then click on death save.
There you go. Cool. So, if nobody knows what happened, is there a memory that goes through Ruby's head, as she is downed once more by one of these fucking spiders?
We're gonna learn about her backstory so much.
I think she'll probably think of like a cavern, like almost collapsing on her, and she's thinking that she might die from like drowning in like not water but like dirt, like dust, and like that thought to her that she's gonna be stuck in the mountain that she hates.
The feeling of intense claustrophobia as like things are collapsing all around her as you zoom back out. Back to the fight. That's gonna be Alok, your move. You look up, you see that Suma has just used dragon breath on this giant spider, and then you look to see if Gallet and Ruby are okay, and all of a sudden they're just gone.
Are they standing where they are right now? Or did you move it all, Gallet, or no?
I don't think I was able to actually move her with my turn.
Okay. So I'm just kind of waking up like, oh, what the, holy shit! And I just quickly grab my rapier and run, very confused. And I'll get to the regular movement.
Yeah, your movement is no longer halved, so yeah.
Oh, right.
You guys take care of the webs.
Okay. Yep. Pretty straightforward. Oh no.
A 13. Let me double
I
check.
think they have 14
It
days.
might be 14. It is a 14 AC, unfortunately. It is like spazzing out because of the fire that has been breathed upon it, and you narrowly tinks off of its carapace and is unhurt.
Don't believe I can do anything else. So, back to the spider.
Yeah, bonus action something.
I'm staying in combat. So
Got it. Okay. Gonna be this thing's turn now. Hard to see it not going after Suma, who had just damaged it. So it is gonna go after Suma here. No advantage. Just one bite attack. That's gonna hit.
These spiders are threats.
And you guys killed like 3 of them before.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna need a DC 11 con save.
it's like a CR 1 or 2.
CR1.
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
it's not good.
That's 88. 16 damage to Suma.
This is the one that canonically levels us up.
This is the one.
This is the
one.
boss fight.
This is the boss fight. Cool. It can't really go anywhere else. That's gonna be its turn. So we're gonna go right back up to Suma. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I was talking this whole time. I didn't realize. Okay. I'm gonna, with my Dragon's Breath, past Alok to hopefully get him again. So he has to make a dex save.
Deck save. Fails.
It's another 46.
46,
Yeah, there we
12
go.
damage.
Okay.
Fucks this
Okay.
thing up pretty bad. It is close to death's door.
Alright, and then, let me just see if there's anything else I can do. So that, I'm gonna bonus action Misty Step
Nice.
so that he don't hit me.
Gina, your camera's doing this thing again.
Oh, what is it? Look like I cannot.
Really weird.
I can take a
Ow.
picture. I'll take a picture.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Looks like it
It
just
just fits itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was it like a focus thing or a?
No, it was like you were entering a
Yeah,
different
me.
dimension. I don't know. It was weird.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Suma, you bamf out of there. Safe. Gallup, that is your turn. You are invisible.
Alright, so Gallet turned them invisible. Then all that text happened, and he was like, "Ha! I have a plan to bring Ruby back. Suma, I'm gonna use you not." Hey, Alok, you got all invisible. Hey, Alok, do you have any of the healing stuff on you?
Who said that? What?
Fun fact, I think you have a healing potion.
I do have one.
Do I know that? Do I know where to find that?
I think I stated that like a few sessions ago that I would tell everybody where my potions are in case I found.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
yoink
thank
it
you.
from him. I'm gonna yoink his healing potion and give it to Ruby.
Cool. So you're saying this plan out loud, right? You're talking to each other?
Oh yeah, like I'm over here. It's just like, hey, look, like I have to discuss it with him. Like, do you have any more of that healing stuff?
Okay.
Ayla's just kind of like
Over.
looking up past her shoulder, like, "Yep,
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
And
Cool.
I get that.
Here you go.
Healing potion.
Feed it.
I hand
feed
it
to
away
her.
from you."
All right, I feed it to Ruby, and I don't know if that breaks invisibility. Let me check.
You did not attack or cast a spell, so I don't think so.
Okay, well then, whatever is a D4 plus 4 for like regular stuff, or is
I
it D4
believe
plus
it's-
2?
I believe it's
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
5.
Cool. You bring Ruby back up to 5 health once more. Any
low.
movement. You're still invisible, and you will not take opportunity attacks.
No, I have the Ruby's right here. I'm gonna stay.
Okay, got it. Great. And that's going to be Ruby's turn. No death save necessary. You can attack here if you like. Cast any spells you like, but it will break your invisibility.
If you attack, it's with advantage.
First off, I'm like, again? Really? So I know you're chaos, but or like you're chaotic, but had to bring me down again.
I'm sorry, you were the closest.
Oh, it makes sense. I'm just like, oh my god. Promise I will buy you guys more healing potions. Okay. Should I just cast a spell? I think I'll just cast a spell.
Yeah, if you move first, you won't take an attack unless you might kill this thing right now, but
Okay, I'll back up first. And then
Oh, that's right.
I have Guiding Bolt. I think I should just use Sacred Flame though, just in case we need to use that for healing.
It's like back save.
cool. Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
Dex save. 9 pretty sure fails. That's 2d8 now. Oh boy, cantrips are getting strong. Ruby, the Revenge of the Cleric. Tell me what this looks like when this thing dies.
So I send a streak of light just like through the middle of its guts, and it just like pours out on the other side like a gush. And
Yeah, you guys turn and you watch as like the invisibility melts off of Ruby and just light bursts through, blasts this thing apart. It is now the last of these that had remained after that fight dead. Luckily, it did not wake up or hatch before your guys' short rest ended. So you guys still had that healing able to be done. You guys successfully killed this thing. You kind of move its body out of the way and are now able to resume your watch system once more.
who is guarding that time? Okay, I can't blame that person.
That's
Oh, you're so loud. It's too early.
that's my
I
bad.
just read.
You're just in combat. I have a right to be loud.
Yeah.
Go curl
Just
up.
I only realized it when everyone nodded off. It's real dark in here, guys. I don't want to be that guy to bring it up. I thought I could handle it. I couldn't handle it. My B. I'm sorry you got bit.
It's fine, man. It's fine.
Alright, thanks,
I'm going to
Alok. Thanks, Alok. I needed your
Good night.
approval.
He has like no idea what's going on. He's too tired.
Suma?
Yeah.
Let's say my watch has ended, huh? Huh?
Oh, all right.
You want me to? I mean, I can stay up.
My
I
plan was
can.
to trance first, and then maybe I can
Okay, no, I can do
remove her curse as soon as possible.
Wait, can you remove curse as well?
Yeah. I think
Everyone can do it but me? Alok can do it.
You gotta get on it, Gallet.
God dang it. Ah. Man, this day is not good for Khaled. Alright, then you finish your rest. Don't worry. What are the chances there's another hidden baby? But for various reasons, please sleep near Ruby.
Got it.
Can I cast Healing Word real quick? I don't know if it'll make a difference.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just in case.
Rings the bell, I'm assuming.
Yes, I'm gonna ring the bell to cast it at a higher level.
Oh, I think you still have 2 GM on, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, so that's what
Yes, I
happened.
fixed
Okay,
it.
I didn't see the
My bad.
damage.
Yeah. It was 10 radiant damage from the.
Okay, I was wondering. I was like, you're just assuming he killed.
My bad.
Yeah.
That makes more
You
sense.
are good. So that is what 7 total then, right? If I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. So 7 total healing. Who do you bequeath that upon? Yourself. You are healed back up, to a respectable quarter of your hit points. Cool. I would say formulate your guys' sleeping arrangements once more.
How does this little like nook in here work? Is it like would it go on both sides of me?
Yeah,
like
so
little
I would say
thing?
the roots go up on both sides of you.
Okay.
You are in a little nook. There is the trunk behind you is like a wall that you can like lean against.
Could I like get any remaining cobwebs and try to build up my sword, make like a little like make some drapes in front of me and stab my sword into the tree and hide behind it?
Yeah, you want to hide behind. Yeah, you
Yeah,
definitely
it's
have
like a little curtain.
the ability to do that. Yeah, so you could like hide behind like a series of cobwebs.
Mm-hmm.
Great, yeah.
I'm
Fully welcome.
Actually,
be doing just this path now. Just gonna be walking the whole time. This is not
Okay, so it's still Gallet's watch.
Yeah, it's still my watch, baby.
Okay.
actually, could we just like kill whichever one is like left?
You
That
guys,
was all of them, right?
that was all of these egg sacs, right?
All of them?
So
Okay.
the one from
Okay.
before had never been hatched. So
right,
I was
okay.
just rolling checks to see if it would. However, this is still a forest that is dangerous and angry.
Right. For sure.
But that danger would not be nearly as localized and immediate, perhaps, as that spider was. Cool. Gallet, I'm gonna say, having defeated the last of these weavers, these youngins, your watch passes.
Question
the rest of your watch
before I
passes.
go
into the-
to just before I go to sleep, when someone else is awake, so I can safely do so, I'm gonna check in on Fields.
Yeah. So to backtrack, you had sent Fields kind of on try to go ahead of Aramis to warn the village, right?
Warn the village, and then afterwards, begin to track down that claw lady.
Yeah. I'm gonna say in the 2 hours that have passed, Fields has probably just is amongst the villagers right now at the Temple of Terminus. Given that you guys are pretty far deep into the forest. Although you sent her, I will say she has already warned the people at the village, explained the situation to them, and is now headed away from the temple.
Okay.
So she's told everybody, hey, there's somebody coming. He might look different.
He might.
Just be careful of like whoever comes next.
And
if there's just
also,
one
I let them know if they were defending an eye of some sort. It is now gone.
Okay.
Also, the whole thing about like, hey, we fought the Silk Mother. It's over. Wait, no, did we do it by then? What's the timeline for us defeating it? When Fields got there and was explaining it, did we?
When Fields got there, Fields would have got there kind of maybe like during your short rest, probably.
Oh, then yeah, we'll let them know like everything we found over here. Valere and some others are alive. Silk Mother's knocked out. Curse.
Kind of.
Okay, you got it.
And then now she'll go for the Claw Lady.
Cool. Now she heads off to wherever Madeline might have gone. She doesn't know where Madeline went, but maybe a general direction.
Well, we've seen her on the road, so we're just gonna follow that road and see if it goes to a town.
Yeah. She was on the road back to Nazari, but I think it stands to reason that she probably would have made it there by now, since you guys,
Yeah, it
had
took a
crossed paths with
while.
her a while ago. But she's gonna try and look for clues when
Yeah,
she's there.
worth a shot.
Yeah. Gallet, you go to sleep. Who is taking the second watch?
I don't know how long it's been, but if I've finished my trance, I can do it.
I'm gonna say so. You need 6 hours of sleep total for it to count as a long rest, and then 2 hours of another activity. So each of you guys would take 1 2 hour shift, and one has passed already.
I think the elf is different, isn't it? Doesn't it need 4 hours?
Yeah, I think it's 4.
Yeah, but still only 2 hours have passed.
Yeah.
Then I'll go the one after this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I was just saying to say that only 2 hours have passed yet.
Yeah.
Cool. So somebody other than Suma.
I'll do it.
Okay. Ruby. Where do you want to situate yourself? Are you going to be pacing like Gallet? Are you going to be staying in one spot, scanning the forest? Because a threat does not have to come from like this direction where you guys have come from. You come from anywhere.
Guess could I like hang up web like up where the Silk Mother was? Like a
Sure
bird's eye
thing.
view.
Sure thing. I'm gonna say with enough time, you were able to carefully climb up there, and sit on a very thick part of webbing. Um, these webs feel very strong enough. Strong enough. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Out of 6. Your watch passes uneventfully. You kind of stay put. You sit there, in this tree trunk, and you feel a sense of emptiness. This is a place where it feels like your connection to Priscilla is at its weakest or at its lowest for whatever reason. It feels empty is probably the best word. But you sit there at the highest point on this web, the very heart of it, looking down at the battlefield, at the corpses of these weavers, and around at the cocoons, where young wind elves and wind cloaks had just marched in here to try to do the right thing and were trapped for it. And as you steady your resolve, you keep your eyes scanning, and nothing approaches from beyond the wood. Cool. At that, Ruby, you conclude your watch, and Suma, you come out of your trance.
And watch next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody else, Ruby, you climb back down, find another nestled spot to rest once more. Suma, you take your watch. I'm going to say you have completed your long rest. And after having tranced the several difficult battles of the past couple of days, kind of like kind of sink in, and you find yourself waking up renewed and much stronger than you were the day before.
I feel like he's been like in his trance, he's been lucid dreaming his new spells. He's like been doing math in his head this whole time.
Hold on.
So I think pretty much as soon as he wakes up, he is going to head over to where the Silk Mother still is. And he's just going to lay a hand on her shoulder and try to cast Remove Curse, which he's taken now.
Okay. Having previously the earlier day, having watched Ruby cast this spell, and then having had so much about curses running through your mind, having read through that Divine Curses book, having thought about the affliction that Miela has and her condition, having spent so much time thinking about these things, in your trance, something kind of came to you as to how to accomplish this from an arcane perspective. And armed with that knowledge, you walk up to the Silk Mother, place your hand upon her, and you watch as like these like dark tendrils kind of like peel off of her body, one by one, unraveling the tattoo, the wound markings all over her thorax and her abdomen, peeling off. And you also watch um as the webbing kind of peels off of her, as the darkness along the webs kind of like is stripped away in that network that like, runs all throughout the forest, reaching every single creature inside of it. You watch as this upper elven body that she had kind of recedes and fades away, and she just becomes a large spider. No longer with this dark, hairy appearance, her skin becomes like translucent, and almost glass-like, delicate and almost fragile looking. You can see currents of green wind running throughout her body, kind of pulsing in and out. And You've seen spiders in your lifetime. This looks like a very gentle looking spider. And all around you, even as darkness has fallen deep across the forest, things seem lighter. The tinge of the grass seems a little bit lighter. As you remove the curse on the Silk Mother, small flowers start to sprout from the ground around her. And you watch as it's almost as if the whole forest takes a huge breath of relief. The wind now blows warm and kind and gentle. And the nightmare is over. What do you do next?
I think as the wind sort of shifts and sighs, he sighs too and like lets go of all the tension that has been happening. Even waking up more powerful until now, it didn't feel like much.
Yeah, I would say at first it felt like a big adrenaline surge or something. Like you would snap out of your trance in a eureka moment of how to like work this spell. And now it's like, ooh, it's sinking in.
I think he'll take out the healing dagger and just like run sort of a thin, very thin cut, like almost like, cutting your finger to let out a drop of blood just to give her a little breath of life.
Yeah, you do so. And she chitters, kind of awake, and all 8 of her eyes blink up and look at you. Her face, she no longer has those elven features. It is just a large spider. Her 8 eyes look at you, and you see that they're like perfectly round and like teal green against kind of like the white translucent uh, uh, thorax and body that she has, and these little very thin um, uh, legs kind of push herself up off the ground. And the Silk Mother begins to speak to you, although not in any language or any words or sounds at all. It's as if she's speaking directly into your mind. She says, "Thank you, mortal.
You're welcome, my lady."
I had feared that I would remain in that state for the rest of my existence.
It was touch and go for a bit, wasn't it?
It was a well-fought fight. You performed admirably.
Thank you. I only wish we could have done it without so much bloodshed. And he sort of can't help but look at her children that are scattered around. I'm sorry for what we had to do.
My kind has suffered. The wind elves have suffered. That is the nature of Sanders. He desires only death, destruction, and suffering.
I had thought myself safe from his influence for eons, and yet now, to have a follower of his in this forest revert me back to my primal state. It worries me for what is to become of this world.
Are you referring to a woman in dark armor? Did you
Yes.
see who did this to you?
She was frightfully powerful. A paladin of the death god, or perhaps some other twisted follower, someone who counts Sandus as their patron.
It is alarming. But my companions and I, well, we're here trying to... I'm not sure what we were trying to do. There were a lot of things on the list, but people like her, the people that we're trying to fight against, and people like the Red Wraith, may they be connected or not. I'm glad we were able to free you.
I am infinitely grateful. I cannot say this enough. I apologize deeply for those that I wounded and those that I can no longer help.
And you see she turns, and you can feel her like gesturing towards, like with her mind at the cocoons above. You get the impression that she can't heal them herself. The webs are sustaining them, sure. Her magic is sustaining them, but they can't bring them back necessarily.
Would you be willing to keep sustaining them for a time until perhaps we can use some magic to revive some of them? At least one in particular, but hopefully all of them if the Wind Elves have any such abilities.
Do what I can.
You see she kind of looks over at your party, and she scuttles over to each of them, and you watch as a small, like a sliver of wind, like kind of materializes these sashes made of the wind silk that Silk Mother provides. You see one fall right beside Ilok, one right by Gallet, and one right by Ruby. And then the Silk Mother returns to you, and she says, "You have freed me from my curse. I've seen your movements in battle. Elegance, like I've rarely seen in those not of the village. Were you to invest enough time training into it, I do not doubt that you could join our ranks. I know not how much time we have left, however. So for now, I will give you this." And you see two branches of wood snap off from the surrounding trees, come together, and are immediately wrapped around multiple times by the silk. And a little bits of twigs and leaves kind of come together in a swirl of wind. And when it is finished, um, floating on a little breeze is a fan. It descends towards you, and as you hold it in your hand and do a familiar whipping motion to it, it transforms into a sword. And this has a little tassel at the end of it that is made of a similar silk as the wind cloaks have on themselves. For mechanical purposes, I will tell you right now, this is a +1 sword, +1 to damage at the hit. And there's a little bit more to go with it, but I'll explain that when I explain everybody else's little things.
Yeah, yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I think he's just like a little bit speechless and in awe of her because she's so freaking cool. And so he just, I think, takes the uh sort of, I think he tries it as a sword and then swoops it back into a fan and just holds it and gives her a little
Yeah.
bow. Um, this is much appreciated.
Absolutely. Um, uh, the freaking echo. I'm never like not sure which one I'm on. You see, she nods and she kind of gestures around the forest, and she says,
There is much work I must do in tending to those that have been injured, those that have been compromised by that curse. I will return here in the morning. Will you remain?
I believe so. I think the others might be interested to talk to you and see you as you truly are.
Understood. Before I leave, what is your name, child?
Sumalai. You may call me Suma.
I see. I no longer have a name, but you may call me the Silver. Some of the wind elves call me Mama. It's kind of cute, but
That is adorable. I wouldn't deign to try it.
wise.
and then you see, the wind swoops her off like on a little web as she disappears into the trees, perhaps to check on other members of her species that might have been at different parts of the forest. This is not the only place, but they would roam about. You see, she does that. She's not there anymore. Great. You guys are able to rest peacefully. Even you, Suma, should you choose, you can just like chill and do whatever you like, as kind of like the danger has passed from the forest now. Um, uh, as the rest of you sleep, perhaps even your bodies themselves understanding that the danger has passed, kind of rest a little bit easier, snuggle a little closer to whatever it is you're snuggling up close to. Um, each of you dream a little dream. Um, Ruby, you dream once more of that small cavern, of the ground rumbling, of everything around you shaking, the little of dirt coming down, wondering if you'll be able to make it out of this place alive. You dream a dream of helplessness, of being detached from something good, and you come awake from it. Look up, and you see that this forest has returned to a much more healthy state. You can feel comfort in the winds once again, and when you go to sleep once more, you sleep dreamlessly. Alok, you dream. You see yourself back in a small library you had spent a lot of time in as a child, and for most of your dream, like this like little hooded figure steals a book from one of the shelves, is like running around, and you have to spend the entire time like chasing them and attempting to catch up to them. Like you can't just do that, there's a whole system here when it comes to like checking out books. And eventually the face turns towards you, and it's this very pretty halfling uh, woman. um she has like curly black hair, and you see her eyes are closed. She's like covering her face with the book, and then eventually she lowers it down, opens them, and her eyes are pure white. You see she drops the book, and as she drops the book, you see the amulet around her neck, and she runs and disappears into like the ether of the dreaming world. Gallet, I can't hear you if you're saying something.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm getting like, yeah, I'm excited. Let's go.
Okay. Gallant, you it's like when you dream, it's almost as if you wake up in like a different world or a different lifetime. You feel a hard clap on your back, and you hear a voice go, "Come on now, you gonna sleep all day? This is the best part." And you turn, you look up, and you see Aliceris standing there in your dreams, and he looks exactly as he did in the prime of his life. Bright, cheerful smile like he always had. That bit of cockiness, that because he was good at everything. He was good at everything, and everyone
Perfect.
knew he was good at everything. He was like the perfect guy. And while he wasn't shy about knowing these things, he was also incredibly humble at the same time. The only hint that he knew how cool he was is that little upturn at the end of his smile. He reaches out a hand to you. You grab it, pulls you up. And he says, he kind of like pulls you a little. You kind of realize you had fallen asleep on a small hammock on the deck of Captain Greenhild's old ship. And you hear the creaking of the ship, all the familiar sounds of the cursing of your Minotaur friend kind of down below decks, which is always audible. The sound of the waves coming and going. It is it's still pretty early in the day, and Alice brings you over to the side of the railing, and he says, "I've heard this species of dolphin only actually does this specific behavior near Edelheim." And you kind of notice that the wind is kind of brisk. The air is kind of brisk. It's summer, but you are floating near near the cold waters, which is kind of the sea near Edelheim, off to the roughly the southwest of Laki. And he says, "Look, I see them. I see them." And you watch as the dolphins start breaching out of the water, like doing flips and taking in the morning sun, perhaps the first time that day. Um, and you guys kind of share a laugh and you talk for a bit. And I think you realize that after a while, you have control here in this moment. There's a little lull, and he looks towards you and he says, "Been a while since we've been able to do this, hasn't it?"
Yeah, it had. I check my hands. Is the ring on?
The ring is not there.
Yeah, man, it's been a hot second. Uh, is what? What do you remember?
Don't ruin it.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. It's it's been going well, man. I think I'm really doing better. Making mistakes, but you know, I'm giving it my all.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Yeah,
Um,
made some friends.
like I really.
Yeah, they're nice people. They are very quiet about things sometimes, but I can tell that they're real good. Yeah.
Is that good for you, quiet people? Does it make it easier
No.
for you to be as loud as you normally are, or
Well,
is it kind of
yeah.
off-putting?
Well, it's like, you know, give and take. I think this is I'm learning about them. They're learning about me. It's a nice thing. I don't know how you do it. The talking with people and getting them to actually talk back to you. That's still working on that. But
Well, I've always found that the best way to talk to people is to just listen to them.
yeah, but they're
And
quiet. You see, that's the issue, don't you think? Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to be. Is this a test? Are you just either right now? You blinked. Okay, so this is the thing. This is definite.
in my experience, if you leave a long enough silence, people just talk about themselves and how they're feeling, regardless of whether they were going to do that or not. It's a useful tactic.
It makes me
Especially
really
with
uncomfortable with the silence.
And with that, after it's like after you say silence, things get silent. It's almost as if the wind turns off at that time. This music track is too cheerful. Um, he looks towards you. He says, "I wish I'd had more time with you."
We can have more time later. I can make the time later.
Sure, sure. I forgive you, for everything.
I know you're the type to.
Do you believe me?
I
Two
100
different things.
I 100% believe that you forgive me for anything. Not I don't know about anything, but like you're too perfect. You're too much of a good person.
I believe that there's such a thing.
Yeah,
Do
well,
you?
I mean, I'm talking right in front of him.
I
Yeah.
stole an apple once.
Yeah, and then you gave it to a starving child.
Well, yes, but it was still a crime. You can't really. These allegations of perfection are clearly flawed and not exactly based on any kind of truth. Is all I'm saying.
Okay. I guess if we want to be technical.
Look, nobody is perfect, and in my experience, nothing really is. I think that the few things that are perfect in the world are cursed to be fleeting. Because otherwise, how could our time together have come to an end so soon? If you want perfection, I think that was perfection. Those days out on the open sea were perfection.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah.
it's I guess there's no way going back to that, huh?
He bows his head and he says, "She's pleased with you.
That doesn't mean that much. As long as you're still in here. I I don't know what she wants. Well, I know what she wants, but I don't know how to get there. It's not exactly she gave me an easy task.
Doesn't seem like her way, no."
Nah. Was Captain Greenhide supposed to do this if he was the one that got the ring? Do you would this have been our future together if I just didn't take it?
There's a lot of what ifs out there. I don't know that we do ourselves any favors by ruminating on all of them. Whether or not Captain was meant to have the ring, whether or not you were supposed to take it, whether or not fate means anything. I don't know what use it has. All I know is that we have the here and the now. We have each other. We have the people we love and we care about. Or I suppose you do, but my time is limited. So I wanted to give you something.
Limited?
He takes a necklace off of his over his head, and you see he like unscrews something and holds it towards you, and you see it is a small glass sphere that seems to be filled with seawater. When there's like a little like wind-driven current swirling around in there, and he says, "It's a memento on when Captain decided to make me first mate. We were right outside in the seas by Laki. I decided to take a swim, and I trapped the water there. A little keepsake for when my
My life turned around for good. I was a nobody. I had no memory. I had no place in the world, and the ocean gave me a place. And so I wanted to create a place for the ocean. Take it.
I take it.
You take it, and you see when your hands touch as he hands you the sphere. You look down and you watch the tips of his fingers suddenly shrivel up and wrinkle as it travels up his arm through his body as he kind of wrinkles up as if he's like decaying right in front of you. And you see his eyes begin to bulge and like go cross-eyed in different directions, his face kind of distending, and you see he screams, "No! You said I would have more time! You promised!" And then he vanishes into a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a huge boom wave strikes the side of the ship, and when the sea spray subsides and you open your eyes, you see that the ship is kind of like cracking in half. You come over to one side as a whirlpool whips up in the middle of the ocean. You see from the center of it, rising up, is Calypso in a fashion that you hadn't seen her in before. She looks more regal now, more almost sinister is perhaps the word I would use. She rises up out of the water. There is a crown of like blue coral on the top of her head, twisted and cracked. She rises up, her eyes just beaming blue light, waves swirling around her, clothing her. And for the first time that you've seen Calypso, you see that there are chains on her arms and on her legs that trail down into the ocean. You watch as she hovers towards you, and you hear something shatter as the sphere that Aliceris has gave you crashes into the floor. You hear Calypso speak. I need you to grow, Galatabate. I need you to become strong. So many have tried for you. So many have failed. But you show potential. And you see, like, she's like rattling the chains that bind her to the ocean floor. And the water that and the glass shards that they collected on the floor of the ship as it is being sucked into the middle of this whirlpool swirls around you, a river of water. And you can feel yourself rise into the air as the ship sinks into the ocean. She says, I need you to fly so high that the great storm itself couldn't strike you down. But remember where it is you get your gifts. Mortals are so quick to forget. And instantaneously, the power of flight, which had just been granted to you, leaves you. You plunge into the ocean. And as you begin to drown, you startle awake from the dream. Inside your hands, a small glass sphere.
I just
Filled with
wake up,
seawater.
like, shout, like, with, like, Alice! Alice!
The rest of you probably hear that, and maybe, especially Suma, since you have done your trance, you definitely hear that.
Jesus.
You're muted.
I would go check to just see if he's okay when I hear that.
Am I also awake?
Yeah, I would say Gal, you probably
Yeah,
spoke loud enough to wake.
it was very loud.
I run over my
Spider
sword.
babies!
Where's the spider?
Spider babies!
We're good. Sorry, just a nightmare. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Is the orb in my hand?
The orb is in your hand.
I don't know what that means.
What is that? I don't think I've seen it before.
What means?
You know how Alice is in the ring? He gave me this. And he said he had more time. I don't know. I'm worried if... I don't know if he's... I don't know anymore.
He's still in the ring, though, right? He's there.
He gave me this as a memento. Why do you give people mementos? So that they
The
remember
symbol
you.
of memory, isn't it?
They remember you when you're not there. Hopefully he's still there.
Wait, what?
Okay.
What happened in your dream?
We were just talking about, some nice, it was a dream of us just talking back on the ship. And Calypso showed up and wanted to make me remember that she's the one that still has it all. It was a good reminder. It's okay. That's okay. You know what? I'll figure it out. I got this.
We'll figure it out together, Gallet. Not alone in this.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Thank you. I'm fine. It's seriously. I'm fine now, guys. I'm good. We can all go back to bed.
Morning.
Are you sure? You're
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, it's hey, I got something from that's this was a net positive.
Gallet,
Yeah.
I hope you really are feeling okay. And if you're not, you can talk to any of us.
When we get
I
when
have the
we have a moment.
credentials.
That's true. We have our therapist right there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
No, don't worry. I've dealt with worse. There's just another hiccup on the road to greatness. But
Just because you've dealt with worth doesn't mean it's not bad. But
hey,
I understand.
He means that we'll come out on the other side. Okay.
yeah.
So,
By the way, why do I have like this silk by me? Like, did you put that there, Suma? This seems like a U type silk.
I didn't, but look around. Someone's feeling back to her normal self.
Did she
Yeah.
leave?
Yeah.
wait, where's my
Yeah.
silk?
Yeah, she's not there, but
I have
You
two
look
silks.
around.
It's just like
You look around in a bout of serendipity. Very shortly, the Silk Mother returns to the center of her den with a gaggle of little spiders who look very different to the ones you guys had fought. It seemed that perhaps those egg sacs were corrupted by the curse in some way and had transformed them into these other ugly-looking spiders. But the regular weavers are still very large. They're still large creatures. But they are as well kind of like translucent looking and seem to almost are able to like glide on the wind themselves. Smaller than the Silk Mother, but kind of like repopulate this area of the forest as dawn is just about to break across the horizon. Just real quick, if you guys could just roll those important rolls before I forget, because it's a new day. I didn't want it to be like in a weird.
Yo, natural one.
Ooh.
That's
The
a good
one's
one.
actually not bad. Yeah.
wow.
It's actually really good. Depending. Great. You guys wake up, you feel those little beams of fate kind of like glow in your pockets. The Silk Mother, this is no longer a good depiction of this place. So I guess move you guys. This is a bit of a lighter forest. Lighter looking forest. So I'm gonna move you guys back to this map.
Have we had our full
Um,
rest?
You guys have had your full rest. You are now level 6 for reals, for realsies. And all the benefits that come along with that. The Silk Mother, you can hear her speak into all of your minds. And she says,
The cloaks which I weave from my silk require extensive training to learn how to use, but being in possession of them can have its own benefit. I have bequeathed one to each of you, and something a little special to the one who truly gave me a beating during that fight.
Alok.
Nope.
And you each take that little bout of silk in your hands. Alok, it's like about the length of a sash or perhaps a scarf. Where would you put it on yourself? Where would Alok wear it?
Ooh,
Ooh.
oh boy. I think. Oh man, I don't think he's badass enough for that.
Headband.
I was thinking that, but he's not
headband.
cool. He is not cool enough for that.
I don't know about that. He's pretty cool.
I don't know. He's a nerd. Oh man. I can, I'll wait for everybody else to do. Can I do mine after, or am I the only one that has a sash like that?
You always all get, I would say, Galat and Alok, you guys get kind of sash-looking ones. Ruby, you get kind of a small quarter cloak-looking one.
I'll let Gallet choose his first, and I'll take the other one, whatever he doesn't.
I'm gonna use it like a sash on my hip.
On your
Oh,
hip.
okay. Then I'm gonna go with a scarf. I think that's what Alok would do.
Cool. The moment you guys put them on, you guys feel suddenly lighter, a little more agile, a little more kind of like bouncy a little bit. There's gonna be some mechanics to these things, okay? So they will be attunement, because that's my favorite word now. For Alok, you attune to this thing. It can give you one of two effects. Once per long rest, you can either increase your walking speed by 15 for a full minute,
Boy.
Okay.
or double it for one round. No, sorry, triple it for for one turn. Triple it for one turn.
And that's like my base speed is triple.
Your base speed.
That's decent, you know.
Is that an action or a bonus action or something?
It is a free object interaction.
Okay.
You simply will it. You almost like kind of decide in the moment what you want it to be able to do for you.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. For Gallet, your little sash. You said you put it around your hip,
Yeah, like a belt.
like a belt. You wear it around your belt, and you feel as well lighter, a little bit more agile. You now have proficiency in dexterity saving throws. As well, you may once per day, once per long rest, you get a free cast of this either the spell Gust of Wind or Featherfall.
Oh, broken. I got everything I need. I can jump up high things now.
And it does not count as a leveled spell, so you could use Gust of Wind, but it would still be what the spell, like in terms of casting time, it would be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, attunement as well for however long you want to be attuned to it. But that is what your sash does. Great. Suma, your sword. You are already plenty agile enough. It is also a +1 sword to both to hit and to damage. Once per long rest, when you attack with the sword, you can force your target to make a strength saving throw. The DC is your spell save DC. On a failure, they are knocked prone, and are dealt 2d6 force damage. Half as much and not knocked prone on a success.
Got it.
As well, and this is gonna be kind of weird. You may transform it into a fan and use it to attack as a bonus action. Using the stats of a dagger.
What?
Cool. Great. So a lot of mechanics on that one. Might be tuned a little bit. Ruby. Something very different happens when you put on your cloak. You place it around yourself, wrap it over yourself, and you see this light translucent material suddenly darkens as if a dark cloud heavy with rain. You look at it, and as you watch it turn, like, kind of deep black and gray, streaks of lightning run through the cloth like a storm bound in silk. As you twirl around in it, you feel something like building up inside of you, like a kind of power. And as you kind of finish, you realize that you are in possession of what is perhaps the first and only storm cloak ever created in the face of Ela. This cloak is attunement. It will let you cast the spell Thunderstep once as an action per long rest without expending a spell slot. Also, I don't think Tempest Clerics get Thunderstep, which is weird to me. As well, if you don't already have it, it will grant you proficiency in dexterity saving throws.
I think they try to stick to like base spells. I don't think Thunderstep is base.
Yeah, sucks. But Thunderstep is a cool as fuck spell.
It's super
Um,
cool.
It's a really cool spell. I think you're gonna like it.
Okay.
You go, girl.
You want to know what it does? You can look that up.
I will.
It's a teleport.
I can add it
it's
to your sheet if you want,
It's a spicy
Yes,
Misty Step.
please.
because you'll have to do it manually. So
Misty Step but spicy is what I would say.
Just be careful around people that you like.
Yes, be careful around people you like that.
Nobody.
that third level.
True.
Great. So, the Silk Mother has been restored. She has granted you what gifts she can give. The ability of you all to kind of wield these things is limited, but it is genuine. Like the cloaks that are given to the wind cloaks. What is it that you would like to do now? Do you just make your way out of the forest? Do you do anything for those bound in the cocoons here? You have all your spell slots back.
We could give something a shot.
What are you thinking?
Well, like what you guys were going with previously, try to revivify them, right?
I would like to.
If they're
I
because they're not dead, so if we take them out of the cocoon, they're dead. But then, can we revivify the dead?
yes. Yeah. As long as they're dead for less than a minute.
Well, if you want to, I mean, I'm not the one casting it. I don't know how it works.
I think since they've been in stasis, it should
Right.
count
Not
as
technically
having
dead.
been
Yeah.
gone not that
It
long.
is as if they would die the moment that you took them out. It's like cut the cord.
I think we should. Perhaps this is selfish, but I would very much like to do it for Blair. And I don't know if we have enough
Diamonds?
supplies for the rest, but perhaps Lorel has something once we get the Wind Elves back where they're supposed to be.
How many other intact corpses are there? Like that weren't eaten by the Silk Mother?
Let us see. She ate 3.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. At least by the time you got
Yeah.
there, she had eaten 3. Like you guys saw, she had eaten more prior to that. There's 4 intact.
But we don't have the.
Because I could.
Yeah?
Animate them.
No.
Is that-
boy?
That's
No, I.
Why is that?
That's
is
not
that a
going
bad
to endear
thing?
you to the one.
Hey guys, I've technically brought them back.
Uh,
They're back!
I
Who can
would
tell the difference?
really prefer you didn't.
Guys, you guys have such an aversion to this spell, and I feel like it's not.
It literally
It
defies
doesn't
nature.
bring them back. It just.
I guess magical.
Yeah, magic's pretty defying of
Yeah, it
nature.
is. Yeah, but this is like I
Th-
I don't know. This
really
is
don't like-
corrupting nature.
People really don't like necromancy. That's
I
one thing
don't
I've
like
gathered.
necromancy.
It's a general thing. I think, due to my experiences, necromancy tends to only be a bad thing so far. Have yet to see it be a good thing. But that's just me. If you think that necromancy is the way to go, all I'll say is maybe we don't because of Alok.
Thank you.
Maybe we don't, yeah. Let's
Ah,
respect his
religious
religion.
tolerance.
Let's respect his religious views.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I guess we could vivify Valer, and then we could just
Let the others
maybe
hang for
carry
now.
The other corpses.
Well, no, they have to stay here to stay alive, I assume.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
theoretically. Anyone make an intelligence check for me?
Oh, I got this. You guys, no one needs to do this. I got it.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Should I?
Hey.
Hey,
Wow.
that's
You
know what?
good.
I
I'm
got
not even
this.
gonna try it.
My mind's going
You
today.
flash back in time. You are standing in front of a notice board. And you are looking. You had been looking at this missing chicken thing for a while,
Chicken.
right? It
Oh
had
my
been a
God.
while. But kind of in the periphery of your vision, there was one to the side of it that was talking about that there was a local healer inside Nazari, a cleric of the wind god. So presumably perhaps somebody else who would have access to Revivify. Just a day's ride away.
Hey guys, just throwing this out there. I remembered something. There was a healer in Nazari, like a day's ride away. I mean, we could probably report this to them, or I'm just saying, that seems like that would be a very easy person to put all this responsibility on. We already did the hard part.
And he was working pro bono.
He was working pro
that was,
bono.
that was part of it.
So, honestly, maybe we can
Not
just
a
get
bad
him to
idea.
do it all. We don't even need to waste our diamonds on this. Or we can immediately get Valer out. That is your choice.
Now, what do we get from Valer? Why do we want her? Why do we need her right now?
Suppose we don't need her right now.
She does have
I
information.
mean, she
we
did sort
want.
of betray us and tried to
He-
kill people.
Yeah,
She's not the
but-
greatest person.
But her motivator is the thing that I have. Yeah.
So
we're
what
going with
stops her
that.
from trying to take that from us?
She can't take it from me, from what I assume.
Oh.
It comes back to
Give me
me,
the
so...
ring.
wants
Well, yeah, she can't steal the ring. I guess she could technically kill me and get the ring. But
Well, I mean, she and other people couldn't kill this or take down the spider, and we did. So I feel like
with you guys behind me, I feel like we're totally fine from her actually turning us around. I feel like we can
Well,
take her.
and she doesn't yet know that the Alistair's in the ring.
Well, yeah. No, she doesn't know
So-
anything. We don't have to tell her that. I'm just saying that's hey, if we can make her cooperate, the easiest way to do so is, hey, the person you've been spending how many years, decades on, we got him, and the only way we get him back is by killing the Red Wraith. Bam, on the crew. Super easy.
That's ideal, I think.
Also,
she didn't really seem like the most compromising person when we first met her. She kind of kept to herself and wasn't very sociable, and I don't know. I think it's gonna be a little harder than just saying a couple words. And
Oh yeah, no,
Everything-
it's hard to prove that I have Alice in my ring for sure. That's
well, I mean, I could
yeah.
ask him questions, and maybe he could.
He has no memory.
Oh, that's right.
That's the biggest flaw,
might not
which
be
is
there.
Well,
we
what if
know
we
him.
described him perfectly?
Oh
She's
no,
like, wow.
I could do it perfectly, but that would still be dependent on her believing us. But I'm a
That's-
pretty convincing guy. I probably could, I could work my magic. But it's still, if she would go down that route, she'd be on the crew, and so I'm gonna check in on you guys. Hey, you cool with her being on the crew? She did leave us for dead, but she was also looking for a brother. So we just,
It did seem dire.
Everything that she has done so far has been
purely for a brother.
for Aliceris. So, and given the similarities between the two of us, I can't help but think that if I had been in a similar situation, I would have done the same. So
Harsh.
I understand.
Really, Suma? Really, you're gonna? Wow.
All it takes is a fork in the road.
Yeah.
I do think
she'd
there's
be
a
fine.
difference between being selfish for yourself and selfish for someone else, and we don't know where she rides that line. But
I feel like we
you're
have
the
a good
captain.
idea.
I'm fine with it.
I
so.
feel like we got this in the bag. What's the worst thing that would happen is her saying, "Okay," and she leaves. That's the worst outcome.
I'm fine with this. I personally don't think.
Besides, if this works out, we
I
have
can
a
see-
wind cloak on the ship. I'm just pointing that out there. That is
I knows
high.
her.
That's high value.
Oh, if we get her.
Yeah. If we get her, like a wind cloak is what
Technically
you
all
want.
Wind cloaks.
Are we a wind cloak
Yeah.
now?
Am I a wind cloak? I mean, I don't have
I
a
think I'm
cloak
a
that's
storm
wind,
cloak.
I mean,
but
I mean, there is something that I've been
I have
feeling
cloaks.
ever.
Did you just say storm-
Sashes.
did you just say storm cloak?
Storm cloaks
Yeah,
are.
Alok, you
Yes, I
look
know.
and
They're not
you see
real.
the lightning streaking through, like the coursing through the dark cloak that Ruby's wearing.
Words.
I mean, I have been
Do a little
somewhat.
twirl.
I've been feeling a little bit special since I woke up, like windy. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to fly.
You feel desire inside of you to fly, and you feel. Where have you been keeping the sphere?
It's been in like my hand the whole time. I don't really. I'm not putting out my sight for a while.
The sphere in your hand shatters, and the water inside of it swirls around you, and you lift into the air, hovering, flying, just like you were in your dream.
What?
That's
I-
impressive.
You are a
Can
wind
I
cloak.
do that?
I broke it. Oh God, I broke it.
Wait, maybe my sash does that. I'm gonna jump up.
You watch as
Yeah,
if,
I
like,
know.
you can feel it start to reform.
Okay.
You feel that, like, it is kind of like the casing itself kind of disintegrates as the water, like, kind of swarms
Okay.
around you.
Okay.
Yeah. You also now have resistance to cold damage.
Yeah, that's fine. Well,
Wow.
I'm just gonna start flying up to see see ya. I'll be back.
You watch Gallet just go up and up and up. I believe that lasts for like 10 minutes, I think?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Or until you choose to end it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you soar up into the air higher and higher and higher.
I do sick
until
backflips.
you do sick backflips in the air. You kind of break through the upper canopy, look out around you at the very tops of these trees, and you see that the forest seems to go on kind of forever. And as you are up there, the breeze kind of playfully tussles your hair. Free now from the captain's hat that had always been sitting upon it for so long. Look out at what is perhaps the feeling of freedom, feeling of possibility. You spent so long burdened by the ideas of fate and seeing fate as a prison to be escaped from, but right now, for at least for this moment, you feel free. Until eventually the time limit
Yeah.
passes and you have to go back down.
Actually, since I don't have like a good idea on it yet, I actually do fall and have to cast a feather fall.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Thank God the sash cast that. I would have died.
Your sash just you feel yourself buoyed by a little gust of air that slows your descent as you reach the ground.
10 minutes. Gotcha. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes is what it is.
Is it back to the orb now?
Yeah, you watch as the time limit passes, the water swirls around and reforms itself into a little orb.
Okay, I'm gonna open my pouch where I hold my mosaic tile, and I'll look at both of them, and then tie the bag back up and put it to my side.
Excellent. Cool. You now have your class ability. It's a very cool class ability.
Oh yeah, I can just fly now. Well, with restrictions, but it's pretty cool.
Yep.
Does anyone else feel like they can fly? We
Possibly.
all got slashes.
I jump. Do I fly?
Do you want the cloak to activate at all? The sash?
He could high jump so high. Oh my god, could he?
Can I high jump? No, I'm just.
Could he?
Yeah, you jump. You actually find as you jump a little further, way further than you normally could.
Guys, we can climb mountains now. Oh my god, we're unstoppable. The
Okay,
most dangerous.
I
thing
wouldn't
we've
go that
done.
far. I can
This-
still fall.
Well, yeah, you can fall, but everyone can fall except me now.
Also, you can choose people to cast haste on. Or sorry, not haste. Featherfall.
Oh, that's impossible. I don't know where you are. Okay. Well, before we go, I'm gonna have to turn to the Spider Mom. Thanks for all the gifts. We really appreciate it. I'm happy that we could help out. I didn't know there's a cat in there. That's new.
Apologies.
Oh,
His name is Hector. He lives in the stump.
oh, that's amazing. I see her with all her kids, but still gotta ask. Hey, you're probably not dealing with too much around here. You know, this was a very dangerous Xandus curse. Whoever that is, it might come back. It seems like there's going to be a lot of issues moving forward. We're going to have to fight the Red Wraith, all that. And I feel like you're just the person we're looking for on the crew. We need a seamstress on the crew. And this is going to be a great vacation for you. You're going to see the sights. It would be amazing if you just, came with us.
You are alluding to many things which I do not understand. However, I understand that the heart of the matter is you wish me to leave this place. Unfortunately, such a thing is not possible.
Oh. Is that like...
Ages and ages ago, me and my twin sister were forced to make a choice. Bend to the will of Xandus when he was rallying the lesser gods in an attempt to destroy all of Ela, or ask for shelter amongst the gods still aligned with Celestia. Ventus and Priscilla embraced me, carved out a home for me here in the Forest of the Wind, in the heart of Ventus's domain, and established my connection to it. But this came at a cost. My previous domain, my previous form, they were lost to me. I no longer have my name, the majority of my abilities. I can no longer leave this forest.
Wait, you were stronger before?
There was a time when I was... One could have called me a god in my own right.
And you're on this area because of Xandus and, just safety reasons?
Yes. When
So...
Xandus moved to strike down Ela, in the moments before the wolf leapt in the way of his blade, I took shelter here, embraced by the winds and the storms, embraced by both Ventus and Priscilla. However, it came at the cost of many of my freedoms.
If we were to somehow weaken Xandus, I know crazy, would then we're cool on the crew idea? If Xandus was considerably weakened, would you join my crew?
Made a covenant. Yeah, long ago. Perhaps if there was a being who would eagerly join you in resisting Xandus in a more active way, you could seek out my sister, although I hear these days that she is not so easy to get along with.
Go on.
Her name is Loth.
Sumo was
In the-
nodding. What?
In the days of old, whilst I decided to stay with the gods that aligned themselves with Celestia, Loth thought that she would find safety following Xandus. The Xandus promised to keep her safe, and yet she struck the Owls anyway, indiscriminately, threatening to destroy her as well. As Loth watched the sword come down, she hid deep underground to protect herself, feeling betrayed by her liege. She retains the form that perhaps I did long ago, before I took Ventus and Priscilla's offer ages ago. Lore.
All
Yum.
right then. Hey, Suma.
Hmm?
You know something about this, don't you?
Well, Loth is the familiar name. As you probably know, I spent some time in the Underdark.
Mm-hmm.
The community that I was a part of doesn't worship her, and in fact, sometimes speaks ill of her. So I'm curious about.
What's she the
just
goddess
curious
of?
about her. I don't know, what would it be in this setting? Would I know?
You would perhaps not know right now, but I'm sure we'll get into it.
Goddess of spiders. I'll leave it there.
Definitely a goddess of spiders and
Spiders.
darkness. You may have heard certain things of like revenge and
Mhm.
other such things.
That
Although
makes sense.
the place where you were at might have not represented her in as like unbiased of a light as it could have been. So it's just she's the goddess of a lot of bad things.
She sounds
but perhaps-
amazing. We should have her on the crew.
Get her on the crew,
Get her on
Just
the crew.
yeah, let's just get gods to
Yeah.
be on the crew. That's an option that makes sense.
especially the dark ones.
If we're fighting the red race,
Retrospect.
let's give it all. All right.
Cool. So are you guys going to revivify Valerina? Here and now.
Ruby.
I'm willing to. I mean, I'm not the one giving the substantial hint to do that, so I,
I
don't
will
mind.
also remind you, Ruby, that you received a flask from Priscilla, and that Suma had actually identified it and determined that it was able to cast Revivify one-time use, free of charge.
Her
I
role
almost
involved in that.
prefer to give Ruby my diamonds.
It's a lot
Rather than have
safer.
her use
If
that.
Ruby goes down, I'm just
Yeah.
throwing this out there. Last time I brought someone back,
I'm
they were
not
a
gonna
zombie.
Go down. Okay, the only time I went down. Okay, the first time or the third time was because
Mhm.
someone fell asleep during watch. I'm not gonna say who. And
Wait,
I got
third
attacked by
time? That
a
no,
baby
no, no.
spider.
The third time was like probably the dragon.
Or
I
the
don't think
dragon.
Ruby went down in that
Yeah.
fight. Ruby went down in the ballroom.
Oh.
Yes. After I jumped and then I tried and then I fell. So see, high heels. It was second time. Anyways.
I worry about
Yeah,
you.
I mean I don't Guys, I'm strong. I feel
Well-
a lot stronger now.
Well, Ruby, regardless, you're the only one that can actually use this diamond to cast the spell, but any of us could use this drink or salt to bring someone back,
Yes.
so.
Which I keep here.
Yes.
Ah,
I keep it.
excellent.
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Thanks.
Nice.
For when you
Established.
die.
Established.
Thanks,
Established. Hell
Saylog,
yeah.
for showing us in a showing us before.
I will
For sure.
just in case you guys need to use it, and I'm not around. Okay, yeah, I can use Revivify if you guys are so opposed to doing Animate Dead.
I
Very
feel
preferable.
like that.
I'm surprised you even want to do that.
I think she just
I
really
really
wants to
wanna
cast
try
the
it!
spell. I think she just wants to cast the spell.
Revivify works just as well.
Oh,
In
I
fact-
can do it on the dead corpses, the ones that like the one she like kind of ate already? Can I do that?
Man, I would really wish you didn't.
Wait, the
wish
one
you
she
not
already ate? Are you trying to bring them back so they can die in her stomach acid?
No. Like, are they partially eaten?
I
or did
assume she
'cause then it was
engorged.
battle.
Like,
She
it was,
numbed
like,
them, numbed
she
them, I don't
numbed.
know.
I assume it was sort of a one and done deal.
Boy.
It doesn't
Yeah.
seem. She doesn't seem to chop up her food.
Ruby, regardless, I don't think we should bring them back.
Sorry.
Kind of
We'll
a
do
perversion of
Revivify,
life.
and then we'll discuss. Well, I'll do this, and then we'll discuss Anime Dead. So.
There's
They
no
were swallowed
discussion.
whole. They were swallowed whole, just so you know. Almost kind of like absorbed into the Silk Mother, to be honest.
I turned to look at the Silk Mother, and I'm just like, really?
Really, girl?
It was a dark time. I was not feeling myself.
Yeah.
My favorite
So
thing
I
is having
touched
gods
her-
talk very casually. I don't know why.
I know.
She's a god?
I.
Eh.
I thought she
Yummy
was
god.
like a minor deity.
Yeah.
Let's not hit with them with a
I-
G-O-D. I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are gonna gather over to
Build a
Valer,
god.
and you are for reals gonna revivify her, right?
Yeah.
You guys walk over to the cocoon, which you know holds Valer. You hold up a dagger or some kind of implement to be able to cut through the cocoon to reach into her. Because before you do that, she's still alive and cannot be revived. You have to cut open the cocoon to get to her. You guys, I don't know who would like to be the one doing that.
Do that.
Sure. Suma, you carve open, and as you kind of open the cocoon up, you feel a burst of wind kind of gust out of it, and you see Valer, like for a split second, her eyes widen, and then immediately go vacant as life floods out of her completely. Alok, as Valer passes, you're
It's a no.
You don't have to do anything right now.
I'm not doing anything.
And Ruby, you have a minute. You approach her, diamonds
Who
in
would
one
die?
hand, and you cast Revivify. As previously established, this will be a roll. The DC is 10 to revive Valer. Would you like me to roll it, or would you like to have? Would you like Destiny to be in your hands?
I think I want you to, but I feel like you'd want me to. So.
No. I can roll it if you want me to
Chino's
roll
been
it.
rolling well,
Let's-
Ruby. Is
let's-
that what we want? He's been rolling
Let's-
real well with the spiders.
We can split the difference and have Gala do it.
Now we're talking.
I'll
That's
roll
the
it in
same-
front of you. I'll roll it on the table.
Oh, that's a real dice. That's better than any other option.
Mm-hmm. Weighted in our favor.
No, I'm gonna roll it. Yeah, I'll roll right here on roll 20. That's where I'm gonna roll it.
Hey.
I'm willing to let anybody roll it. I just,
Do I have
I don't
real
know.
dice?
Can we make it a
whoever's-
D20 plus 9?
I have a
Can I
bottle
add
of pills.
guidance? Can I add guidance to
You
this?
cannot add anything to this. I will also say, for future reference, death saves and like things of this nature are not portentable rolls.
Damn, I was gonna use my nat one on that.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Animate that.
Look, it's within character for me to try to save them, but I, the player, do not want them to come back.
Bryce used the flask. Alok uses the 7. No.
Hey, Ruby, just like roll the dice. I think you got this. I think this is all Ruby. You're the one casting the spell. You got this. You are a Stormcloak.
Okay.
You have done an impossible thing today. So that means more impossible things will happen. That's how statistics work.
For over.
No!
No!
No.
Does that pass?
On a 1.
She's got this. She so has this.
The spell glows. A light and lightning swafts around Valer. However, her soul refuses to come back over. Perhaps it is the influence of Ventus inside of this place which prevents Priscilla's magic from fully taking hold. In a panic, you grab the flask, knowing in your heart that you could use it if you wanted to. However, the DC will be higher for you to choose to accomplish this task. Alok, your amulet remains lit.
don't think I.
Let's
I
gamble!
think it's her time. I think it's her
Gamble!
time.
Come on! One of you gamble! Let's play some
Guys.
gambling!
I'm
Use it! You got this! Use it and
I don't-
roll again!
I don't think her significance outweighs the consequences, so I'm
Come on!
I'm not doing anything. You can do whatever you guys want.
It's all up to
Okay,
Ruby.
what about
You only have a minute to decide to use that other
Yeah.
flask. You don't have that long to think about it.
Dude,
Okay,
that's
you know
that's
what?
a free revive for any of us when or to give to Ruby when she dies,
That's-
inevitably.
Let's risk it!
Shut up.
Risk it for the biscuit!
Okay. I look over. I kind of don't want to, but then at the same time, two things propel me to use it. One, I feel like really wants us. Well, Gala and Suna both want to try to revive her. And two, I'm just done with the Ruby going down comments. So you know what?
There will be more comments about you not being able to bring her back if this doesn't work. I'm just letting you know. There will
What,
be
she-
comments.
Okay.
She's a world-class cleric. I'm sure
Yeah.
she'll succeed the second time.
Oh yeah. Ruby's got. I mean, like Ruby wouldn't fail twice in a row. That's not our Ruby.
Okay. I tipped her head back and I, whatever.
You pour it down her throat, force her mouth open to pour the liquid down.
Roll it again, Ruby.
As the healing waters of Priscilla course through her body, you can tell that some vigor is returning to her. Would you like me to roll this one, or would you like to roll this one?
You gotta.
Yeah.
Is there the ritual stuff that we can do to this to try to lower the DC? Could we have tried that?
According to the ritual stuff, only comes into place when it's like you're using a spell that takes longer than an action.
You'll have a minute.
I thought with their rules they just had Revivify work. I don't know, because I remember for. Oh wait, I don't want to spoil anything actually, because you're not there yet.
I would like to do something, even though it has no effect. While she pours it and like it sits for a second, I'm gonna get on my knees and slap her across the face. Don't you want to see Alucerius Lytharis? Weird name, but I want to see him too. Wake up.
That's true.
That's it.
You go ahead and you say that, and the words, you can't tell if they really reach her wherever she is, wherever she might be. But there's still a dice to be rolled, so.
You've rolled a 1. What are the chances you're gonna roll another 1? So it's so.
You guys really want
so
me to
small.
do this again, though?
You
Are
have
sure?
to.
Yes,
You have to.
You have to.
You're the one.
Okay.
Come on, Stormcloaks.
Does she have to?
She has to. She has to.
Okay.
I'm far too
Okay.
involved now. Come
Okay.
on.
As you keep pouring the flask and as Galad is screaming into her ear about seeing her brother again, and Suma is in the corner, probably like nervous as fuck. You watch as Valera jolts awake. A gust of wind whipping around both her and you as she looks up into your eyes, disoriented, confused, and still. hoarse from not having been able to eat or drink for such a long time, being trapped in this cocoon. She looks up at you, Ruby, the flask still in your hand over her mouth, the last drop hitting her tongue. And she says, "You saved me."
I slap her.
You slap her?
I didn't notice.
No.
Don't you want to see Alice?
Yeah, dude,
Before
roll the
you said
hit.
that,
Roll the hit, kill her again.
Yeah.
No,
Don't worry,
that's
guys.
one hit point.
She has a 1 hit point.
She dies.
She just dies again immediately. Hey, look,
Well,
your necklace.
No.
Yeah, you just lightly slap her. I think
I have an 8
at
strength.
instinct.
I have an 8 strength.
Yeah, it actually does. It does 0 damage because it's 1
Yep,
minus 1. I know
yeah.
I know the minimum should be 1, but whatever.
For this comedic purpose.
For this comedic purpose, you do 0 damage. Sure. You
Whenever-
stop her slightly, and she looks up, and she goes, yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna tell her, whatever happens, remember, your ass is mine.
She goes,
Go ahead, whatever you guys were gonna
feels
do.
sapphic, but
What? We
A
didn't,
little forward there.
we didn't discuss that. What?
Incredible.
So that's why you guys really wanted to
Legendary.
revive her. Okay.
I'm gonna have to tell Suzanne at some point.
You're gonna have to tell Dirk first, actually.
Oh, that's true.
He's closer.
We'll never see him
Uh,
again.
It's that beard.
probably
It's so enticing.
Guys,
She
you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Do I?
Afraid I don't.
Does anyone here?
I
Just
don't.
kidding,
I'm not
I know,
catching on.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So, Valere, spirited back to life, immediately hears, by the way, your ass is mine, after getting slapped in the face by someone she saw like 1 time for like a day, like weeks ago. And she kind of pushes herself back up on the web, nearly like falling, and she looks over at each of you, looks up at the forest around her, having been returned to its normal state, and she says, "You fought her, and you won?"
Oh, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. No damage on our part.
That's incredibly impressive. She keeps looking, and she says, "I met you all before, but you've grown since, haven't you?"
Yeah, a bit. You know, we're all a bit stronger. Got items.
I think I'm the same height.
Quite a bit. She is still like very much disoriented, kind of like touching like her own chest to confirm that her heart is actually still beating. And she says, "Why did you bring me back?"
Because you're on the teams. Well, we want you on the team. Lots of things happened last. You left. We took over the ship. You know that part of the story. You went on your thing. It seems like Aramis has left you for dead, as he's now chasing someone from the claw. And, you know, work for us and you can get your brother back. It's about that simple.
At that, she startles up and she says, "What do you mean, work for me and I'll get my brother back?"
Well, this has been a long day for me already. Long story short, a genie has trapped him, per se. And, the only way the genie will let go of him is if the Red Wraith dies. And our current objective is kill the Red Wraith. Aramis does not really care about that objective and has actively been lying about any knowledge of your brother and him being able to help. He knew that your brother's technically dead, but did not say anything. So, you know, he's a bad lead for that,
My brother is dead?
technically speaking. He's a ghost in a jar, in a way. Yeah, this is a lot. We're putting a lot on you. Give it a second.
I need some time to think about this news. And you see, she kind of just like, you guys are sitting on top of this large web still. That's where the cocoons were. And she just like goes backwards, drops off of it, and the wind catches her, and she slumps down and leans against the tree trunk. Little stump where the Silk Mother is. And she sits there for a while. You guys have revived her. How much time do you give her, or do you just go straight down and talk to her again?
Give her some time.
I still want to animate some dead people.
Oh my god.
There's no corpses
Um,
around here, are there?
I could make some.
Well, there was one, but then we brought her back.
Oh, what a threat! I could make some.
Hey,
Um,
Suma,
was
was she-
Ruby, I was just making jokes, okay? I don't want to get.
Was she always this bloodthirsty?
Wait, you're asking
just,
me?
It's
Yeah.
just been against our enemies.
Yeah, I guess I never saw. I
As
think
far as you guys know.
she's on a power trip. I think.
No, I don't really think she maybe understands what it means, but I could be wrong.
Ruby, just remember, we're all friends here.
We're cool. We're cool. You never go down. You're the strongest cleric I know.
Don't
Right.
strike me with lightning. I don't want to be smited today.
Could I do animate dead on the spider babies?
Sure. Takes a minute to cast. You walk up to the corpses. You see that the Silk Mother has kind of left you guys to do your business together after.
Thank goodness
that
she doesn't
speech
see
about-
us revive her dead, mangled babies.
Yeah, about herself and Wolf. Having covered that, she's like moved on to a different part of the forest to kind of take care of things over there. You reach out towards one of these dead spiders, and it's like upturned, upside down, and it. Oh, actually, you can't do that because it requires a humanoid. Spiders are monstrosities.
Okay.
Now, if you got a
Yeah.
knife and you carved it into a human form,
It shivers for a second, but you were able to. It's a beast. Sorry, not a monstrosity. A beast. Unable to cast it upon that thing. Yeah.
hey, while she's doing that, hey Suma,
Mm-hmm.
you said you were very like her. If there's a time for an actual quiet moment with her while she's thinking, probably now.
I was just about to. I'll give her like once she goes down, I'll give her a few minutes. But eventually I will make my way down to her.
You make your way downtown towards Valere. She registers your presence briefly, giving you a look. She looks over at you, and then she does a little small wave, perhaps echoing. I think it was you and Ruby who had seen her do the same wave earlier at Duke Kalen's manor as she was absconding with the eye, and she gave a little. You take a seat next to her, I'm assuming, or maybe a distance away.
Yeah, so as I approach, I'm actually going to pull her shard out from my robe. And I'll just hold it sort of like in my palm. And then I'll take out mine, and then I'll hold it in the other. And I'll just sort of kneel, like, cross-legged across from her.
You see she, like, immediately upon seeing so you hand out hers first. You recognize the shape of it, the unique cut of it. She reaches out to grab it, and then kind of slows down slightly when she sees the other one come out. And then, do you let her take it from your hand?
If she wants to, yeah.
Cool. So she grabs her original sword from your hand, holds it in hers. She looks up to you, white hair falling across her face, spider web still clinging to her robes. And she says, "Did you have someone taken as well?"
I did. Yes. My daughter.
This is too happy, and once again, god damn it.
Huh?
Well,
Lol.
I'm just
La, la, la,
like
kidnapping.
you.
Wah.
Okay, hold on. Let me find some good background music, okay?
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Yeah, go for it.
I forgot. Really, probably a month ago, I reorganized my entire music playlist I use for D&D. Show it to you now, because I have it like organized,
Sick.
and I have like a lot of new combat music. If you wanted to look at it, and pick some
I
songs.
would love to, actually. Yeah. Yeah. She leans back against the tree trunk, examines it in the light of the rising sun. And she says, I held on to it for so long, thinking that I'd forget him if I didn't. Lord knows I couldn't forget him if I tried. Do you have any siblings?
I do. I have a twin of my own. Sister.
And I'm sure you understand. I grieve for you and your child. Have you made any progress?
Have. I know that the first time we met, we didn't say 2 words to each other. I actually think this might be the first time you and I have ever spoken.
I waved to you
But
once.
yes,
It's
it was
weird that we
lovely.
keep running into each other.
I've made progress. It's strange. I've thought about all the things that I wanted to tell you all this time as we've been traveling. All the progress I've made, all the things that I know now. Although I'm not sure if they're relevant to Aliceris anymore. What Gallet says is true. He escaped or was liberated from the fate that left this shard with you. That chapter in his life may be done. So I'm not sure if it's relevant to you anymore to tell you about all the things I've found, but yes, I've made progress, and seeing your shard actually was the first step forward that I had in all the time I'd been searching. So, in a way, I'm glad you abandoned us so that I could find it.
It was a contingency that Aramis had set in place a long time ago. It was following the plan that we had set forth. I followed him blindly. And, it's funny how at your lowest point, you will grab hold of anything that presents itself as stability and as stable as unstable as the Reaper was. It felt like I was making progress, felt like I was getting somewhere, but I think in the end, I was just lost.
I know that feeling. Wish I had a dog to pet right now.
As do I. As do I. There are some wolves in the forest.
Beautiful.
But
Kelly, why are you petting this wolf?
that a wolf saunters up to Gallet, freshly uncursified, and is just hanging out. It's like a pup.
Yeah, I've always liked wolves.
Yes, you do.
Mm.
And you see Valere says, do you ever feel as if you've lost your entire life to grief?
I had. Given
Not
everything
anymore?
that's happened, there's hope there. And that's all I need. I can only imagine. I've lived with this for far shorter of a time than you have. 15 years is an entire lifetime for some.
How would you react if you were told unceremoniously that she was dead?
Well, depends on the one saying it. If it's Gallet, take it with a grain of salt. I know it's hard to believe, but everything we've seen so far, I truly believe that we can free him from this new prison that he's in. I wish I could communicate to you in this short time that we have just how much traveling with these people and seeing the things we've seen have given me hope and far more knowledge and power than I could ever have thought existed in the world. So I honestly have no reason to believe that it's not possible.
Was gone for a second there. For a little while, actually. Death was not so bad. I died knowing that I sacrificed myself in an attempt to save the village that housed me and raised me and fed me for the vast majority of my life before I decided to run away and chase a phantom who was dead all along. I like to think that would he even want to come back? How would I know? How would I know if that would be fair to him? I have unfinished business, yes. Lots of it, but I don't even know how long he's been dead. Maybe he's happy where he is. Is it the job of the living to decide who should come back and who shouldn't? Am I fit to wield that responsibility for him? I don't know.
One thing I'll say, it may not be your responsibility to decide whether he lives or dies, but he is not happy where he is. I don't know the details, but it is not a peaceful rest for him. If he was freed from his current situation and wanted to pass into death, that's one thing, but this isn't even, it's not even death. It's what it sounds like is an eternal afterlife. Being someone's pawn, just another piece in a game for some entity out there. That is not. I don't think that's what you want for him, and I know I never met him, but he's important to Gallet and he's important to you, and I don't want that for him either.
Shuts her eyes very tightly, and a single tear runs down her cheek over the interlacing, crisscrossed green tattoos that run across her face. You can hear her grit her teeth, and a blast of wind whips throughout the clearing. Mercifully, it's as if she had carved out a hole in it as to not push you away. She takes a deep breath. She says, "So we have to defeat the Red Wraith, is that what you're saying?"
That's the very simplified version, yes.
Okay. but I will do it my way. I never wish to step foot on that ship ever again.
What will you do instead?
She looks over towards the west, opposite the direction of the rising sun. She says, during the first storm, the world relied on the Village of the Wind to save it. It will need us again. And when it does, I promise you will have all of us. Every last one of us who can fight, every last one of us who can sail, every last one of us who can bend the wind will be in your corner. And then her eyes narrow towards the west once more, and she says, with any luck, you'll have Palestrom too.
He sort of says under his breath, so it was you. Just thinking about what Mira said in the tavern.
Yeah. Her lifelong dream before this was to challenge Nazaire. And I think you look at her and you see this is her face is very much like, I guess you've never seen Alice, but her face is kind and gentle, but it still possesses a certain hardened exterior to it, like it's been sharpened against something, against the trials of life. And you can tell that she's given up so much just to go nowhere. And perhaps this is a moment where she feels like she's free of the shackles of Aramis and the Reaper, and finally free to do something else with her life, to try and help her brother in a way that isn't riding around with a egomaniac on a power trip.
Yes.
She stands, offers her hand to you. You are spirited up. She says, I appreciate the conversation. I hope that you find your daughter, and if there's anything I can do to help. I have limited data, but I can share with you what I know.
Anything.
Well, something strange that happened, and this is you guys are probably walking back towards the group now, maybe pause a little bit outside of the group so you guys can kind of see this. She says, something strange that happened is that a few of the village elders had discovered the site of Elisarius' disappearance before I had. They couldn't lift the shard.
It is strange.
Only I could. When I picked it up, it felt, as light as it is now. And after I touched it, then other people could lift it. I have no idea what the significance of this is, but it is something that perhaps you might not have known.
I did not know that. When I found this one, I think I was the first one to find it. I can't be sure, but I had no trouble.
I'd often thought that perhaps it's something to do with blood.
Perhaps. That is interesting. Thank you.
I don't know what it means, but hopefully it helps.
One thing, and feel free to tell me if this is too much, but while I'm still searching, I don't know what this shard is or what anything is. But I wonder if I might need both of them at some point, either to reconstruct something that it is, or I don't know. I suppose I'm asking you to lend me yours, just for a time.
She takes a deep breath, and she says, the four of you saved my life. Yes. She hands it over to you. She casts a long look at you, Ruby,
and Ruby, you feel the wind brush against your hair, bristling the ones in your beard, and you see Valere nod gravely to you, as if communicating a gratitude that she is unable or unwilling to express verbally. Um, what would you guys like to do now?
I would like to hand my shard to Gallet and see what happens.
Nothing happens. You just hand
Okay.
it to him. It is just
Yeah.
a shard.
Okay. And it doesn't like fall out of his hand or anything.
No.
Great.
Start
Okay.
juggling it.
It appears whatever it might have been. It was just the first that lifted in the first place.
Gotcha.
Required blood, perhaps. That's the
Just testing
hypothesis.
theories.
So Suma, were you
Mhm.
able to get her to join our crew?
No, she will not be joining us.
Oh.
And
Drat.
Gallet, I think she means it. I wouldn't press too much.
Well then, what's she gonna do?
She is going to get the Village of the Wind on our side and then possibly take over Palestrom? Become a queen?
Yo, is she
know.
gonna kill Nazaire? I'm up for an
She's
assassination.
definitely going to challenge him.
All right,
No,
well,
no,
if
no.
we want to
The
play
proper
dirty.
channels, I think. I don't know.
Okay. I'm just saying, if we want to play dirty, I'm up. All right, well,
She will
That's
be an
extreme.
ally to us, just not on the seas.
That was a leap from everything. Just assassinate a king. Okay.
hey, look. If we got all of the people of the wind, then we're like, that's a boost.
I mean, he's not a cool guy, but I don't.
He's not gonna fight with us.
Well,
He's an isolationist.
yeah, but I don't think that means he should be murdered. Maybe just like overthrown.
For him to be
You-
overthrown, he must be murdered. I
You
don't
get
Well,
the sense that
unfortunate.
Valere would definitely have a much more aggressive approach to fighting the Red Wraith.
I'm not
Valere
gonna stop her from doing it. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. That's kind of like, whereas Nazaire is very much like, we're just gonna weather the storm and try to survive. You fit the sense of Valere would be more like, let's kill this guy.
Yeah.
When the
Ruby,
time
what are you
comes.
doing with that spider over there?
Ah, it's like a
I
man.
was just playing around with it. It's just not.
That's weird.
There
Okay.
is
Look,
there is a limit to my abilities.
she's had like so many gallons of poison put in her recently. Like, let's let her have this.
Hey, it is the Gallon Republic. So that's
Gallons of poison.
Wait,
Yikes.
is that like what's his name again? The comedian? Was that a return of
Charlie Fenton.
Charlie Fenton,
Really?
Cupid
how-
comedian.
You were too fast with that name.
He's
It's
gonna
such a
make a
good
comeback.
name for a
It's
stupid
good-
comedian.
it's a stupid
It's so
comedian.
spot on. Yeah. So you guys see Valere
Right.
kind of looks up at the other cocoons and she says, so long as they remain in those cocoons, they should be all right. I did not experience much while I was in that state. So, is the village all right? Are the elders safe? Did you see them at all?
Yeah,
Yes.
they seem pretty. The ones that remain are safe.
Okay.
Just I know. I'm putting a lot on you. Did you see any squirrels?
Any squirrels
Yeah.
just recently or ever?
Like, did they assist in this? They're diabolical. I don't know if this Xandus curse is going to be taken off of them easily.
I feel like I'm missing so much context from these statements. The
Mhm.
squirrels here are very cute. Although I did have to kill a couple of the cursed ones. They were
Okay.
aggressive.
Yeah. No.
Usually they only get like that when they spawn nuts on you or something.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck on your journey. Do you want me to if I ever get to talk with Alice, do you want me to tell him something?
You can talk to him?
Yeah. It's not my decision, but there are times. Talked to him last night.
She says,
Was he all wait, before you answer, was he always
Yes.
perfect? Or, not perfect, but like basically. Was he
from
always
birth, essentially.
Ah, darn it. Yeah, okay.
we used to have a joke in the village that the only reason that that Ventus did not make him a wind cloak was he would be simply
Broken.
too flawless of an
Yeah.
individual.
It's unfair.
I am very talented with the wind, but there were times where I felt like it barely evened out. So,
Yeah,
Twin
I
thing, I
legitimately
think.
thought like I've never heard of well, I didn't really hear that much about wind cloaks. I legitimately thought he could control the wind with what he did.
Perhaps he was never able to bend it, but in my experience, the wind was always kind to him.
It was always with him.
I think perhaps because he was always kind to everyone.
Yeah.
If you do get the chance to speak with him, perhaps just tell him that his sister loves him very, very much, and that she misses him, and that
While she's by the way, once I prompted her to do such, I used my spell to bring him out with Unseen Servant.
you cast Unseen Servant Gallant. And as you turn to your right, you see him.
I see him?
Osiris. You see like a faint outline of him. Very blurry, almost like a faint after image superimposed on reality. He stands there, and you can just barely catch the reflection of a little bit of light across a tear streaming down his cheek, as Valera is like, and also tell him that one time when I told him I was mad at him, I actually wasn't as mad as I previously had thought. This was the time when I thought that he had taken some of the skewers that we had prepared at the dinner. It was Aurelius who had done that, but I thought it was him, and I was mad at him, but I shouldn't have been. And she just keeps talking
Yeah.
like that as you guys make your way out of the forest. Alice walking by with you.
I'll
Um,
make sure that he knows that firsthand.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
When she mentioned Aurelius, did she say that as she expected us to know who that is?
No, she was saying it as if
Okay.
if she was telling it, if Gallant was saying it to Aliceris should know who that is, except he doesn't.
Okay.
Like a symbolic, and that one time when Mom did this or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you guys make your way back to I'm gonna fast forward through a couple things here. Make your way back to the Temple of Terminus after kind of a good couple of hours of walking. Your horses are still there, tied up. You see immediately the elders are kind of like waiting there for you because they, I would say actually you don't even make it all the way to the temple. They kind of meet up with you kind of at the edge of the forest, having known that you guys must have dispelled the curse in some way. And you see Laurel standing there, immediately clasps her daughter in a hug, and then kind of the kids run around and be like, "Did you guys really save the forest? You guys saved the forest?
We're heroes, kid.
You look like heroes. You had a hat before. Where'd it go?
I got rid of it. The wind has it now.
Oh, cool. The wind likes to wear hats.
Oh yeah.
Immediately, Ruby, you get a couple of offers from these children to braid your beard.
Aww.
And
No
I
one
think
touches his beard except for Henri.
got it. And slowly, you do get a couple of looks eventually, though. Kind of strange looks, and then eventually Laurel whispers something to Valere, and then Valere looks over, and in the distance, you see Aurelius still in orc makeup, but it's like heavily smudged now from like a day, kind of a day has passed, and she immediately sprints over to him like fast as fuck from the wind. And Laurel approaches the four of you, and she says, "It is a rare day indeed that outsiders are so welcomed by the forest and by the Silk Mother herself. I see that she has given you gifts."
Yeah. Pretty nice.
"Well then, let it be known that four of you are welcome in the village whenever you like. And we will cook for you lots of skewers, and there are these we kill the squirrels sometimes for meat. I don't know if you would be into that,
I'm
but
in.
sometimes we do that.
I'm totally in.
No, we call them squirrel skewers. It's a delicacy over here, unless you're vegetarian or something. Great.
Sorry.
She spends a great amount of time, kind of like thanking you. Lots of hugs are had, lots of rejoicing, and she says, "Well, I don't. The village does not have much in the way of gold to repay you, but it seems that the Silk Mother has repaid you in her own way. I
Could
will,
also
however."
do.
Yes.
We could take 100 gold in diamond form if you have it. We'd lost ours actually, or 300 gold.
Well, we don't exactly have much in the way of. We live a very simple life here in the village, but I do believe that. Well, if I know Nazaire, he would have already heard about what's happened here. Perhaps he will have something for you when you arrive back at Palestrom.
Your thanks is all we need.
But
He
we wouldn't
pinches your
mind.
cheek.
We wouldn't mind money.
You wouldn't mind
Um,
money, but seeing as you don't have any, it's good. It's
The real reward was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
It's the wooden cloaks we earned along the
We're
way.
friends. Friends.
Should have a wondering for her. If they have any like, okay, I'm thinking about like the water bending scroll from Avatar. Like if
Mm.
anything like that that they could give me or I could buy, like to and I'll explain to her like what the Silk Mother said to me about training with the sword. And I'll actually say, you may not remember this. It was about 100 years ago. I did try to come here. I was soundly rejected. Don't think I understood at the time how
To be
the
fair,
Village of the Wind
that
worked.
sounds like the village, definitely.
And I completely understand. I didn't understand how sacred the wind is. I think I thought it was just another, style of whatever. But now with this and knowing everything that we know, I would be so grateful if there's any knowledge that I could cultivate while we're on our travels.
She says, to fully master the different elements of the style of combat which we practice, you would need to train for quite some time. But you may take our our beginner's manual, and you see
Beautiful.
a couple of kids bring forth a series of scrolls with like kind of like the diagrams of like different forms and stuff like that. Some of which use a fan, some of which use a blade. And that's you. And with diligent practice, perhaps, eventually something more can come out of that. You see the kids come up and give each of you a potion of greater healing. They don't have
That's what I
much
was gonna
gold.
ask for.
They don't have much gold, right? But
Yo,
they
that's
can repay you that
effective.
way.
Sweet.
Very effective. Don't
Is
worry,
it good?
we're getting to rewards. We're getting to rewards.
We already got a reward.
But don't
Okay.
stop him! Don't stop him! Go on, Chino.
I don't want any items.
Don't worry about it. You'll get there.
I'll take all of Alox.
Yeah. I want to say, eventually, Aurelius and Valere return back, to kind of the clump, and Aurelius says, "Thank you all so much. I knew that you could do it. I believed in every single one of you." And you see Laurel
Thank you.
goes, "You were saying they're going to die. Oh God, they're going to die over and over again for like 3 hours last night." And Aurelius
He's just
goes,
like
"Don't
that.
listen to her.
Yes!
That's
You
just
were
kind of how I am."
wrong! All your predictions will be going wrong.
To be fair, I lost my connection to the wind last night. I really couldn't know.
Oh. Don't take that away from me. Come on.
But he says, but perhaps yes.
Let's
Perhaps
not go with perhaps. Let's go with definite.
I am a prophet. Perhaps is our kind of in my wheelhouse sometimes, you know?
Well, you have to leave your
It,
wheelhouse.
it is our destiny to be painfully vague.
I
Is
don't
what
like
I'm saying.
I don't like destiny either. You need to change your words.
You see, Valera goes. I have spoken to my mother. I will be temporarily taking control of the village of the wind. I'm going to work up the strength here, I think, until I challenge the Zare. There's no chance we are able to defeat the Red Wraith unless the full might of Galen is behind us. So long as the Zare is in control, it cannot be possible. I will do what I can here. Perhaps the next time you see me, the crown of winds will be mine.
That's an upgrade.
Look forward to that.
Don't be afraid to cheat. If you're gonna cheat, just make sure you're thorough.
She smiles, shakes her head, and looks over at you, especially you, Ruby, and she says, "Thank you. I'm sorry that we didn't get to hang out more on the ship, but also it is a nasty, stinky, very dark and gloomy place which I do not want to return to."
Our ship stinks.
Totally agree. Totally
At
agree.
least in my time.
It's not much better now. So
But
That's
it's not like-
fair. You see, she laughs at that, and she looks over to you, Gallant, one last time, and she says, "If you, by chance, have forgotten the 100 things I told you back there in the forest,
Mhm.
we could just stick with, hi, brother, I love you, from Valer."
Blair, your brother heard it
Yes.
all.
I have to leave now. And then she immediately like pin turns and then just like walks away, and you can feel like the wind like swirling around her, wiping her tears as she cries.
Aww.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
guys ride once more. This time around you go around the Temple of Terminus. Grab your horses, who have been well kept by the priest there. And you ride back, the sun making very good time, almost as if the wind is directly behind you, spurring you on. Perhaps it's the cloaks that you now wear. As the scenery changes around you, from the deep blue teals to the grasslands, closer to Nazari, following the path where once you had encountered a stranger named Madeline, as the sun begins to set over the horizon, and blue fades into vermilion and violet, and finally into navy blue as you ride finally back into Nazari. As you arrive there, on the outskirts of town, you see one of those carriages, a wind-drawn carriage, a large one at that, with the
Chicken?
doors open.
Into. But you have to check the wind carriage.
Yeah, you guys stop by and you see a little boy next to, it was kind of like had fallen asleep, and goes, "Oh, might you be looks at his hand, the B5?"
We need to change that name. We do need to change that name. Yes, we are. The
I
B5.
think I like the name.
Really?
Okay,
Now
you
you're coming around to the B5?
When was I not? I think it's simple and gets the job.
It's wrong.
We gotta ban
Alright.
it. Come on.
You see, he says, "This carriage is for you."
Where is it taking
me?
us?
From whom?
Says it's a secret that it's supposed to be for
Freaking
you.
Aramis. It's trapped.
trap.
It's
It's a
trapped.
trap.
It's trapped.
Oh, like
Ayla,
my parents always said, always get into carts with strangers.
this is a child.
I would tell you, but your parents did not want to keep you, apparently, because.
Well, I never really actually went outside, so they never had to tell me that. Oh, that's not bad.
That's
Is
sad. That's sad.
Well, I wasn't like
Okay.
kept inside. I just didn't go outside on my own, volition. I guess.
Yeah, that's still sad.
Okay.
Do you guys inspect the carriage at all?
Yeah, I'm gonna investigate it. I don't trust it.
Cool. Make an investigation check.
Oh yeah,
No.
that might be fucking creepy and doesn't make sense.
I left my level 9 spell in here. You're welcome.
Oh, it looks
Hey.
good. It's just a cart.
You all take a brief look inside and immediately see that there is it's a very big carriage and there's a little like table in the middle. There is a small vase with a flower in it. It's like this white flower with these like very light green accents to it, and a letter with a green seal on it. You find no traps to speak of whatsoever. Do any of you inspect this letter?
Alright, everyone, get back. I don't know about this letter, but if it explodes, shouldn't get all of us.
Get back and I hide. In the letter.
Okay, use stealth.
Just in general.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hiding.
Show me what you got, letter. I open
You are
it.
hiding. You open the letter, and just the moment you actually physically open it and your eyes scan the contents, you realize that this is the penmanship is really good on this letter. It's very nice and fancy. It's like calligraphy style.
It's
And
insidious.
it's perfectly a harmless letter. Party time is actually now over here currently. You open the letter and it says, "Dearest companions of my one true beloved," in a very fancy like dark green ink.
No.
Oh my god. Yo, this man, Dirk's the man.
Love that there's multiple people who had no idea who that might be from. I'm not okay. Yeah. Basically, it just says, "Word has already reached Palestrom of your heroics, or at least the heroics of an unnamed third party that has done right by the city and by the Village of the Wind. I received news from a reliable source that the four of you were headed in that direction, and I trust that if you all were going that way and the problem was solved, that it must have been you. Should you not be too badly battered and bruised from your experience, I have arranged a small surprise for you at the manor, should you choose to come. Yours truly, Aaron Caleb."
Oh, it's Aaron.
Oh.
I'm
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was, and then someone else said Dirk, and I was like, wait.
I thought it was
Yes.
Dirk.
The handwriting was nice.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
If it was dark,
I'm
if it was dark, it would be like, "To the friends of the finest piece of ass I've ever seen. First of
That's
all,
incredible.
what's hanging? Second of all, heard you fix the shit."
I
Where's
know-
Dirk gonna get the cart from? He's on his way back right now.
I don't
But-
stereotype,
Didn't I know?
alright? God.
Yeah, you may choose to enter the carriage if you like. It'll definitely get you there faster.
Who did we get these horses from?
The Storm King. You can just leave them in Nazari, like with the other, Imperial Knights stationed there.
They bonded.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to them.
Could ride alongside the carriage.
We're way faster on the carriage.
I was kidding. Like never talked to that horse.
Well, yeah, you can't talk to them.
Well, I know, but like he never
Talented
really
ones.
got attached.
Wait,
Horse was
wait,
like,
are we...
"Like Gallant!
Like,
It's real spooky out there, man!"
I'm sorry, Shaggy, I know. Look, we gotta be going places, and I don't know if we can take you, man, but we do know someone here. They're in charge of an inn. It's a very nice old lady. I bet she would take good care of you guys.
All right, man. I mean, I'm kind of gonna miss you, dude. But like,
Well, I'll visit.
You know-
I'll visit. Bring it in. Bring
Hey.
it in.
Hey, I know I'm a horse, but
With
I
it-
did enjoy our time together.
Yeah.
But
Without you, we're no longer B5.
horse crying, horse tears. Finally, the horse pulls away from you, looks at you,
Okay.
blows air out of its nose, and says, "Well, dude, yes, this is just what roads do, man. They diverge. Was nice riding with you."
Me too. Now go to Mari.
Nay! And then the other horses were just like chilling there
Yeah.
watching this occur. No connection with you whatsoever.
None.
But the horses, in the distance, you hear, "Oh, well, hello, dearies. Oh, you're so friendly. Oh, hello." As Mari is beset with these very nice horses, which perhaps she will lend out to like travelers who need them. Or
Oh, the horse is
just
back.
looking at the horses.
They have
There's
tourism
another horse.
value
I've
now.
been low on
That they
me.
do. They have a.
Gal, you gotta let the horse go, man. Stop petting it.
No, this is the wolf that followed me.
So handsome.
Oh, hey, wolf.
It's a wolf.
That's okay.
Um,
It's a good wolf. By the way, before we leave, we should probably tell the healer. We should probably tell the healer. And also,
yeah.
before we move forward, so what has Fields been doing in this time?
Okay, so it's like now you check in.
Yeah, about nowish.
You check in with Feels, and she is once again gone.
Dang it! Stop doing that!
You do be chasing after dangerous people.
Yeah, but like she's invisible.
Dangerous people.
Well, you don't know what happened though.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Well, there goes another 10 gold. I'll summon her again.
You summon her again, and she goes, "Hi,
Hi.
hi.
Hi. How's it? What happened? Ooh.
Okay, so eventually I caught up with her here, in this city, and then she went off somewhere. She kind of like I followed her like down this like weird path, and then she went to like this like really secret place, and I could probably lead you to there if I tried, but there was like this weird glowy thing on the floor, and then she walked into it, and then she vanished, and then I tried to come with her, but then it hurt me.
Yeah, we should investigate
Hmm.
that for sure.
Should do that. Hmm.
Okay, healer, investigate. Elf boy.
Or we could do Elf Boy first. I feel like it's a quick.
He's farther away.
Surprise, maybe.
Hey, do we know where the things
Okay.
are? Like, we do things on the way.
Nizari, the healer is in
Manors.
Nizari. The healer is in this city. Kalen Manor is obviously closer to Palestrom, like just outside of Palestrom. And this place would be my Feels followed Madeline down some path and going off in kind of like a different direction from the city, not towards Palestrom.
Healer, investigate, presence.
Cool. I will say it is simple enough to apprise. His name is Draymar. Of the situation. The sun has just set pretty much. It's kind of nighttime now. But you were able to quickly go to there. It's none of the biggest city in the world. Nizari. You're able to find him based off his little flyer thing. And you can see that there's actually like multiple posters everywhere, like advertising himself, which is weird for a guy who's working pro bono. Next to similar, more posters of Dragahearth still posted up there. And you tell Draymar what's going on. He nods and he says, "I will make my way there as soon as possible. I will just have to go rent a horse to make it there faster."
I know where
Oh,
we
they
can get
have
some.
some at yeah.
Shaggy!
He goes off, grabs one of the horses from the tavern and rides off towards the village.
I recommend Shaggy. He's the bravest in the bunch.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Gallant. That's real nice.
Got you a job.
Great. Cool. So you guys where do you guys go now?
Investigations.
Investigations.
We gotta know.
You spend a few hours Um, not a few hours. Just maybe just an hour on. Well, you're in the carriage. You guys might actually make it there. With a decent amount of time, feels kind of guides you. You come upon a small, unassuming shack. And you see, feels just like, it was in there. It was in there.
All right, team, we're gonna be real careful about this one. Let's just
Yeah,
land.
I want to have a ritual cast
Maybe-
of detect magic up as we get closer to this shack.
Yeah. You cast detect magic, and you find that there is some kind of strange field around this shack that appears to make it difficult to like divine its location, or perhaps scry upon it, something that is blocking a divinatory magic, so that people couldn't find it. And the kind of thing that makes it difficult to find it unless you knew exactly where it was already. Because it's very out of the way in a very random part, like for no one would think to look, but feels was just following that.
Could I look around the outside of the shack? See if there's
Yeah,
anything else?
make an investigation.
I would
check.
like to stealth. I don't want to die.
Yeah,
Ella,
I'd
no,
probably stealth
Ella.
as well.
Alok, as you are both a whisper and a shadow, you kind of set about looking around the outside of the shack. It's dark now. It's just like nice, like ramshackle, beat up shack. It looks like it hasn't been lived in for like a century, maybe. Shoddy wood, kind of almost falling apart. You investigate it, and with that investigation, you can tell that this shack part of it is actually illusory.
This isn't really a shack. I don't know what it is, but it's an illusion over the building. Or
Do we know how to get rid of illusions? Suma?
yeah,
No.
well, surely with 3 spellcasters, someone knows to spell magic.
I will shoot.
I was
So magic, I don't.
Yeah.
I shoot an eldritch blast through it.
I did not
You
prepare
shoot
it.
you shoot an eldritch blast through it. It just passes straight through the walls and keeps going in that direction.
All right.
They don't appear to be actual walls here. It just seems to go right on through.
Well, that's so extra. Why not just make it a boulder so it's not suspicious at all? No,
That's
no,
fair.
it's just a shack out here. People would want to investigate a shack, not a boulder.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a bandit, you'd want to like, oh, here's a shack.
I'm not too scared of these claw people.
I'm. How to go about this? And both of you are sure you don't have anything for something like this?
I need to be right back, but yes, please
Yeah,
continue
let's
debating.
plan.
Sorry, Gino, I didn't mean to pick on you. Oh. Are we gonna do anything with this? I mean,
I'm gonna check something out either way, but it just depended on time. Because if we like,
well,
I don't know how long we've been searching and how much I've been able to rest, but do I have my spell slots? I could summon things and then send them one at a time to see, to scout it out.
apparently Ophelia got damaged, and we don't know by like how much damage. So,
Yeah, but no matter what, her HP is 2.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm saying we don't know how much damage. If it like one shotter, then it could be really high. Or
Do you know what kind of damage you took?
Nope.
Mm.
If I had any knowledge, I could have the damage, but once again, 2 HP. Now she has 4. Effectively, 7 HP.
Double?
That's something.
how are
I
you
have
keep track of?
sanctuary.
I guess if no one's got anything better, I'll just see if I got the spell slots and summon things, and we'll go from there. I mean, like, it's like, come on, this is weird, right? Like, you don't want to just leave this here. She does have
Like
the
the
eye.
portal to the claw or something. So.
Well, yeah, but like that information would be very nice to know.
But what more can we do? Can we like identify it or something? I don't know how close we can get. So you have to touch it to identify it.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a good point. I could identify it, but I'd have to touch it, which if it
Explodes.
zaps you if you
Oh my
touch it,
God.
that might not be good.
All right, we got a plan.
Cool. You see that Rel, who had been staying inside of the carriage, kind of finally stumbles out, and it goes, What exactly is going on? What is with the shack?"
Yeah, it's
He
not
walks
real.
up and like touches it,
Oh,
and
don't.
his hand touches it. And then when you say it's not real, his hand passes through.
Oh, okay. Don't go closer. You're gonna explode.
Oh, so it
Uh,
was solid for a second?
Felt solid.
that's weird.
Oh.
Yeah. So, if we were able to rest during the carriage or after, like we can just rest right
For sure.
now.
For sure.
I'll
Yeah,
have.
you had a short rest.
Okay, I'll have my spell slots back from casting things, and I'll cast Flock of Familiars,
Got it.
and one's a Quasit, one's an imp, one's a pseudo dragon.
Great. The whole gang is here.
The whole gang.
The whole gang is
And
here. Great.
the first one that's the most expendable will be the Quasit, and I'll look through his eyes as he goes forward.
So it's you. Okay, so you look through his eyes. He looks around in the shack, and he can tell that everything in here is illusory in nature, and in fact, one of but can see through one of the crates. He can tell, like one of these crates kind of look off. And does he? What does he touch anything, or what does he do other than look?
He's gonna go in the crate.
Go in the crate. He goes in the crate and immediately bumps into something. There appears to be a chest inside here.
He's gonna drag that chest out if he can.
Drags the chest out. I drag the chest out. It seems to be like a normal looking chest.
Can either of you? Does anyone have a way to check this chest out?
Yeah,
Hey.
investigation for anything.
Alok?
Yeah, I'll help investigate with my detect magic up still.
The chest itself is not magical, but Alok, it is physically, like mechanically trapped.
If only we had someone that could open traps.
What do you mean? It's not trap galley. You can open it.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah,
I can-
I'm just kidding.
I can attempt to disarm it.
Yeah.
I
How do you
am
do
not
that?
the best. Well, how can I? How is the trap set up? Can I thieves tool it or?
I guess you know with a 20 investigation that it'll shoot a poison dart out. You can see the little hole where it would shoot a dart out like, from the direct front of it. So you could like angle yourself so that you're not in the way of it. So even if you fail, it won't hit you necessarily because you know exactly where it is for the 20 investigation.
And does it set off just from opening the chest?
You would if you had opened it without
Okay.
first disarm the trap. But you can disarm the trap from out here with your thieves.
All right, Gallet, stand right here in front of the chest.
Okay.
I'm gonna open it from this side.
Okay. You want me to aid you?
No, we can just open it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now but stand on the side so that way the arrow misses all of us. No one gets hit by the
there's
dart.
an arrow in there? Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna shoot at a dart. So we should just stand out of the way and open the chest.
Yeah, that's smart. Go Alok.
Yeah, you open it, the dart shoots out. And inside, you see that there is a small cache of 100 gold pieces, and rubies, emeralds, and sapphires worth around 80 gold pieces.
Ruby, what are you doing in this chest?
You confused me so much with rubies,
Yeah.
emeralds.
So you said rubies, and I was like,
Oh, is that rubies?
What? What item?
And then
first?
you said emeralds, and do you
Copies
mean
of ruby
her?
inside? Tiny little rubies pop up like,
What
hello,
was
my
the
God.
last stone?
Kill him!
What was the last stone you
gold
mentioned?
lightning, sapphires.
Okay, that's my next alter ego name.
Yes.
All right, and how much
There
are
you
the
go.
rubies, emeralds, and sapphires worth?
Altogether there are 80. So, like 20 worth of rubies, 20 worth of emeralds, and 40 worth of sapphires.
I want the jewels.
All right, run the jewels.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Yeah, you got them.
Yay!
All right, and I'll be sending out my Eduardo. Check them out more. Just scrape everything. I want to see what explodes.
Yeah, nothing explodes. Nothing explodes. While your familiars are in there, they can make another investigation check.
Yeah,
If you yourself are not going to go inside.
yeah. After all that, I'll have them. I'm not gonna die. They come back. The pseudo dragon actually has perception, so I'll just use advantage for pseudo dragon for aid, and that'll be it.
On the 21 perception, they look around and then finally discover that there is, I guess, for some reason, there is a completely illusory shack with a hidden treasure chest inside of it and nothing else around.
And also, nothing would change, I assume, with blind sight 10 feet, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did she take something from the box? This is weird, right? Does anyone have any... Suma, you know magic.
And can I poke my head inside the shack, like,
Yeah.
just so that I'm looking at it with my own eyes?
Yeah, you poke around inside, and you have your detect magic still up. This entire place is magical. It is like a weird magical construct. You can go ahead and make an Arcana check. On a 15, this place is an illusion. If you think it functions as if there's an actual shack here. If you think that there's an actual shack here, and if you think that it's an illusion, you know that it's an illusion. But when Rel placed his hand upon it, he didn't know it was illusory yet. And then once somebody shouted out that it was, his hand immediately passed through. It functions on cognition, essentially. Like that's what the enchantment is.
So once you know, you can never unknow.
And once you know, you can never unknow.
Got it. Thinking about Feel's description, I specifically want to look like around the floor and to see like if there's any inscriptions or like etchings, perhaps teleportation circle.
Yeah, you look at the floor, and there doesn't seem to be anything there. But with that Arcana, it is almost as if you are aware of an effect that is happening in your mind that is altering your perception. As if, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
So if we just be stupid, we'll be fine? Can we just turn off our brains?
I don't know if I want to do that.
I'm trying to think of how I would go about doing that. Is there any type of thing? I do have a spell slot left.
Yeah.
Who wants to try turning off their brain?
Oh boy.
What? What does that mean exactly?
Well, you have
Try
to
to
agree.
command us to do it.
Yeah, basically. Who's up? Who's
Not
up?
it.
Who's up?
All right, I'll do it.
Ah, that's
This is a
Suma.
bad idea.
All
Okay,
right.
wait, but how long does it last? Because I want to have a brain when I.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Make the wizard turn their brain off.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look, I can. It's concentration based. I can take it away from you as soon as I want.
Okay,
all right.
okay.
All right. Look at me, Suma. This place is real, and you will find what's behind all this. And I got a suggestion.
Suma, I'm assuming you willingly fail.
I do.
You fail, and you look around, and it's like, why is everybody getting worked up over a shack, right? It's kind of weird, right? Do you walk in?
Yeah.
Oh, and you got it, right? To like figure out what's going on behind here. You walk in, you take a look around, and eventually, when you look down, you do see a teleportation circle in runes on the bottom of the floor.
I think you just have to believe hard enough. Someone else should try coming inside.
I walk through the door.
That's nothing there. It's just what you're familiar with, so nothing on the ground.
Yeah. I
I'll
don't see
tell. I will describe what I see to Gallet, and I'll say like, just here it looks like this, and I'll like be explaining everything, and see if like being able to envision it will help him.
Do you have any illusion magic that will help?
I don't have any illusion.
Oh, wait. Does anyone have paper? She can just, like, put a paper over it and, like, scratch over it,
Oh,
right?
I have tons of
a
paper.
journal.
Yeah.
I have paper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
you can
it's
just
very
sketch it out.
real. It's very real.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
real.
I'll draw it, yeah.
It's real to Suma. It's real to Suma.
How weird
it's just
question for her perception, not mine. What does it look like for me to be partially under the floor, I assume?
to be partially under the floor.
Well, since I assume
it's-
she's actually on the wood, and I am
It's
not.
it's almost as if there would be flat foundation here, and it's just a layer of it. Just looks like it's wood, but you're actually standing on like
Okay.
Ground. Yeah. Yeah.
Natsuma?
But Suma, you are able to. I would say you're able to replicate. Kind of carry over that Arcana, just your experience and like drawing runes in general. You were able to replicate what seems to be some kind of circle about 10 foot in diameter on the ground with these sigils on them.
Do the sigils mean anything to me? Like, maybe indicating a location or something. Anything.
I will say that you likely. This seems to be written in a language that you do not understand.
Fair. Can I cast comprehend languages?
Sure, yeah.
It will drop the detect magic, but that's
You've
kind
already
of-
detected
I don't
the
really need
magic.
that right now, so yeah, I'll do that.
Wait, does your detect magic tell you what type of magic is it?
It tells me what school of magic it is.
Would it have anything
This
changed?
is conjuration magic
Okay.
on this circle. Conjuration.
So that's teleports. That or it's gonna summon a sick demon.
Wouldn't put it past her.
You cast comprehend languages. These sigils. Is this technically a language? I'm trying to figure out this technically a language.
Well, it's like binary is a language.
Sure. This particular one seems to lead off somewhere, definitely not on Gallon. It is you get the sense that it is written in a language that you don't even know what the language is. You just know that you understand it. It seems to be somewhere in Castelmond.
Wow, that's random.
If anybody wants to know.
Castelmon
that
sounds
is.
so familiar.
I think I say out loud, wow, that's random.
Where's Castelmon?
It's
Wait,
all
what's
the way
that? That's
down
where
in the
the-
bottom corner.
Ah.
Where the portal goes to?
Yeah. It seems like.
Why are they going there? That's weird, right?
No idea. What
Gotta go there then.
what is the super like basic summary of Castelmon? Like I the player
Castelmond,
don't know
that you would know, mostly this is where most gnomes and halflings grow up. A lot of like other races, like good Minotaur population over there as well. It is most widely known as kind of like a bastion of magic and like the exploration of magic. There are two major institutions of like learning there. One being Ravenhall Academy, and Inkwell University, which are kind of these big like institutionalized places where people go to learn, practice, or research magic in some way. There's a lot of weird magical shit going on over there, and that's basically just a big. It is a place of great magic. but perhaps also a place of reckless experimentation.
And I'm describing everything that I discover as I discover it.
That's never been, so I ain't got much to say about it. But should we be? I don't think we can actually be following them. I think we have to give up the
No,
trail
well,
here.
we can't use this circle, I don't think.
I believe that
It's
you
a-
could.
I think I could figure it out, but it would take me some time.
All right, let's go with the original plan for Pelea. This is just where it stops for now.
So
Besides,
that call has been made.
Besides, at this point, let's be honest, she's probably rested. So,
By now, certainly. We have. Why
yeah.
wouldn't she?
Well, now we know that she at least has people in Gallon Republic willing to set something like this up, or she does that herself. And also, for some reason, didn't immediately go to the claw. Let's go to the place with presents. Today's been a day.
Can I
Good day.
recall ever like reading history about Castelmond? Anything to do with the claw?
Make an
And
history check.
Like past relationships they've ever had?
Past relationships, pretty much every time the Claws tried to invade, it has been a unified front in Ela to repel them. Gallat had read this in the 101 Facts about Ela that both Ravenhall Academy and Inkwell University contributed a lot of kind of magical firepower and like research into better repelling these invasions in the past. They have been traditionally opposed, just like everybody in Ela, theoretically, to invasions from the Claw or things of that nature. Although that is a historical trend and not necessarily preclude individuals who may have desires to the contrary. Cool. I do want to wrap up soon because it is late. Can we just time gonna slip by? But I'm gonna say you guys all take the carriage back over to Killen's Manor. The carriage takes you there very quickly, as if spurred on extra fast by the wind. You make it there, later at night though, because you did take up a lot of detours. You get there around maybe like 10 p.m. ish. So kind of 4 hours after you had arrived in the Zari roundabouts, just abouts. Immediately as you kind of walk up, you hear a familiar voice. You look up to the front door and you hear, "Well, it looks like they've
Yes.
returned."
Oh, I missed him.
And you look up and you see Fabian like doing a little slow clap at the front of the steps. And he says, "Sir Aaron Killen has graciously agreed to invite you into our home. Please do your best not to make a mess. Thank you."
My man
Um,
Fabian, you got it.
As you guys walk past that gal, you actually feel a hand on your chest as Fabian stops you briefly. And he says, "And Mr. Fenton, if you perhaps have any free time amidst the celebration, I would not mind another joke."
Yeah.
And he lets you pass on.
I give him a thumbs up.
forward.
Charlie Fenton, 2-bit comedian, is here.
And Fabian's eyes glimmer a little bit. These eyes that never quite forget a face as you stride into kind of the main hall. You see that there is a long table and a series of hallways, and there are clothes prepared for you, like nice, fancy clothes.
Oh.
I
Is that for us?
There's like a nice suit for you, Gallet, as well as Alok. Suma, there is both a suit and a dress. Whoever was preparing this really
Wow.
wasn't sure what you were feeling today.
Why would you ever wear both of them at the same time? I guess I don't know the fashion around here. Does the
Maybe you
dress
should
go over?
start a new trend.
Is it supposed to be the dress goes over, right? Because like the other way, it would be like really restrictive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Zuma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You
Does,
got it.
does Ruby get one as well, like a dress and a...
Ruby gets a dress as well. Ruby gets a
No,
dress
no,
and the
and
suit.
suit. Oh, okay, so
Sure, hell
it is
yeah.
an actual thing. Okay.
Fabian in the corner is like, there are dressing rooms right over there. Please be quick about it. We unfortunately do not have hair and makeup present on the premises, but this is a bit of a hush hush thing.
Alright. I'll put my stuff on.
Oh, is dressing up necessary?
It is completely optional, but you do smell a bit. What is
Well, I'll
that?
clean up.
Spider webs on your clothing? Is that a statement? Because if so, it is one I disagree with. I'm so mean as Fabian.
He's,
Uh,
he's just like fashionable. He's helping us.
Yeah, he's a very fashionable dude. You guys put on those clothes, and you finally kind of walk up to Fabian guides you to where the big door to the grand ballroom is. You kind of remember it. It looks a little worse for wear. And beyond it, you hear very faint, kind of echoey vocals of perhaps a bard crooning, amplified, and you also hear a string quartet playing in the distance. You pass through, I'm assuming.
Wait, is this a party?
It feels vaguely ominous, but what could go wrong?
I trust this implicitly.
Maybe it's just the last time we were here is messing with my head.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
fine.
know.
Guys. There's no chance that this highly secure area would have another break-in. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. Is this music too ominous? It maybe is a bit too ominous.
Feels kind of vampire-y. I'm not sure.
So
Yeah.
you've come, my sweet.
Valid.
I would have dressed up.
Okay.
But only if they would have had a jacket, like a fancy jacket instead of a suit.
There's definitely Fabian gives you his own fancy jacket.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Wait, when you say
It has to be
fancy,
gray.
when you say fancy jacket, oh, so it's not a leather jacket.
No.
It's not.
No, I don't mean like that. I mean like, I don't know, just a nice jacket.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like,
Your
nice
jacket.
hoodie.
Sure.
How don't the rest of us get your clothes, Fabian?
I only have so much. My dignity can only endure so much insult in this short amount of time.
Oh, but darling, you look wonderful. You're in such great shape.
Flattery will get you nowhere. But I do appreciate it. Call me.
Call me.
I was just teasing you.
You guys.
Maybe it's like Milton from the one shot.
You guys open the door, and it creaks open, and immediately you see that it is still nice and like lit. It is lit almost exactly like the ball had been before, except no fireflies anymore. There's still the trails of mist along the ground, and there's much less tables now because most of them were destroyed. The floor is scuffed up. But the sky above in the ceiling in the little dome is like still as if it were the night sky itself. A little breeze greets you as you walk in, and as you step forward, you immediately hear, "Oh my God! Finally!" And you see Suzanne walks up, and immediately just drags you, Ruby, by the hand and like kind of motions for everybody to follow. She goes, "We've literally been waiting for like so fucking long. I told everyone it was a stupid idea, but like, blah," and she's like immediately like ranting. Immediately, drags you in, and you look around, and your crew is here. You see,
Aw.
Dell and Mela in the corner are like signing to each other. They both have little glasses next to them at a small table. You see Andros acting like a bouncer as if he doesn't know what else to do with himself, because that's like kind of the role does he have. Nico is fucked up already. Nico is
Yes, good.
fucked up, and actually, Gal, when you see Nico, Nico is like drunk as fuck, and he's trying to like walking over to this bard and like trying to harmonize with him, and there's this bard in the corner, and you see he's like crooning the song, and he's like. Once upon a time, I saw a baby bird, and you look over, and it's your boy,
Yo,
Jamie Allister,
Jamie.
who had traveled
Yes.
from the Zari towards Pilstrom, having finished his stay there. And eventually, the two of you guys kind of turn, and you see Aaron goes, I thought it was high time the city rewarded you for this is the song choice. Interesting.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Who's Jimmy Ellister?
Uh,
Is that the
he was a
famous one?
bard. He was a bard that very
Oh!
briefly Gallet
Yeah.
spoke to like a while ago.
Yeah, through
Um,
Ophelia, right?
through Fields.
Okay,
Through Fields.
right.
Why is it so hard to find decent waltz music? They're all so sad.
I like the Bayou music.
Maybe that should have been. Maybe I should have stayed on that. You know what? We're sticking with this. We're sticking with an old standby right here. Okay. And you see, Eric goes. I thought it was high time that the city repaid you for all the work that you have done for it. Hi, by the way, it's me, Aaron Galen. Spelling it
I
with
think
an
we
A
remember
now.
you.
I don't know if you
Oh,
knew.
that's new.
We saw
Yes.
it. Yes, we saw.
Oh, did you? Are they already wonderful? It's going to take me a dreadfully long amount of time to remember. He looks around at you guys and he says, "Without the four of you, my father would still be murdering innocents beneath this very manor. Without you, I am assuming there still would be tragedy running amok out east in the forest. King Nazaire was extremely concerned about it. His control over the wind tarnished and diminished. He was extremely distressed and was taking it out on a lot of people. You should have seen the look on his face when his control finally returned. He even laughed once. I had never heard him laugh. Apparently, do you remember Dirk, right?
Oh, we remember him.
Yeah, I don't know if it was his choice, but I think he got Storm King's bitch tattooed on his face at some point, then showed up to court with it on. I don't know that I've ever heard Nazaire laugh so hard in my entire life, but it happened.
I don't know how to feel about that. Legitimately, as Kylan.
We all saw it on his face, right? Like, we know.
You know, yeah.
But he got
Dirk was fully
He got it
talking-
We don't know who did
tattooed.
it.
He got it tattooed, man.
No, it was just painted. It was just painted, but like,
I
he
thought
was
you
just
meant
there.
I thought you meant he was so into it he got it
He did-
tattooed.
he doesn't know that it's paint. Okay, he just heard from a
Okay, that's far different, man. Whew.
I am doing this a bit behind the Storm King's back. He doesn't know that I'm
Ooh.
doing this. But I thought that it would be fun.
Aw.
Nice. I had spent so much time getting ready for the last ball, and we never really actually got time to enjoy it. So I thought perhaps now would be the time.
Lovely that you invited everyone here, everyone from our crew. They look like they're having a blast.
Of course. Well, that was mostly your friend over there. It was his idea, and you see Simon goes, "Hi, that was me."
Aw. That was nice of you.
In fact, I wouldn't have known that the four of you were headed to the Village of the Wind at all, were it not for truly a stroke of chance. You see, after the events of the last ball, most of the Duke's Guard were rendered incapable of fighting and continuing the service, and so I had sent out a notice for strong warriors to defend me in case anything were to happen, and it
turns out that the man I hired to be the new captain of the Deuce Guard, had shown up to the auditions, if you will, coming back from your ship. And Gallet, you turn and you see in the back Istrid, the man who you had arranged to have his leg amputated so that he could
I did
fight
not
once
know that.
more.
I did not. I thought it was going to be fixed another way, but that worked out.
Well, what does Tink do? Tink does prosthetics. And if you can't get a prosthetic if your leg's still there. But they hashed it out amongst
Oh,
themselves.
yeah. I hope that he asked for permission first.
Yeah. Tink
You're
is...
going under. Goodbye.
You actually see Tink is in the corner. They're not drinking because they don't really need to drink. They're kind of just
Doing
like...
the robot.
They're kind of just doing this, like swinging their legs back and forth, going, I don't understand the point of this. But it seems fun. And you see Nico eventually grabs Tink's hand. It goes, Tenkaton, we are going to teach you how to dance. And Tink goes, what is dance? And eventually they go off into a corner of the ballroom. But you guys are here, and you see Aaron goes, I also spent some time looking into my father's old study, and it turns out that there was a deal that he was supposed to pay for, which, to my understanding, was made with the previous captain of your ship.
Yeah.
Well, seeing as that money was, well, squirreled away for a different purpose, I thought that it should belong to you. Before you leave, David will have prepared a chest. There's quite a bit of money in there. Would you like me to tell you how much it is now or later? You might collapse, and I want you at full dancing capability.
I think that me being near collapse of abundance of gold means that my dancing will be better.
It is 800 platinum.
And to think Aramis was only going to pay us 7 gold out of 800 black.
Hey, that's Aramis, baby.
Gotta say, shrewd
incredible.
businessman.
This is me compensating for how little gold you got levels 1 through 4.
Man.
And you guys killed the fucking dragon and didn't get anything for it. Like, really. You know what I mean? Like, as a reward from anyone.
We just got 100 gold. Did we split it up 25 each?
You should have.
Suma, you're gonna have to marry this man. That's gotta be the answer.
I'm blushing now. I'm blushing.
Thank you so much, Aaron Galen.
Blushing, and I'm taking a drink, and that's what's happening.
He says, of course, I would feel remiss in taking the title Dragon Slayer, which I had not earned and likely will never earn, without compensating those who actually did the deed. He looks over at you, Suma, and he says, well, now that the formalities are out of the way, we do have the night to ourselves. Could I trouble
Love to
you
pick up where
for
we
another
left
dance?
off. Of course. This one will be better.
Grabs your hand, leads you to the middle of the dance floor. What are the rest of you gonna do?
I'll wait for others to go first.
Oh, that's a spicy one. That's how I know it's a spicy one. Alok? Ruby?
I don't know. I want to go later too, because Alok isn't gonna do much. It's kind of boring. He's not a big party goer.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm like, hey, Alok, is it that, you know,
God.
after giving the whole teddy bear thing, isn't there something...
What?
I feel like this is a perfect opportunity to, you know, maybe talk about it.
You talk about what? What?
You like Miela, right?
I mean, I was just being nice and giving her a teddy bear. You know, it can be interpreted however you want. Hey, there's a nice party here. Don't you want to go dance with like Suzanne or something?
Oh. Uh. Uh. Uh.
Ruby, you look over, and it's like that scene in the movie where there's like the spotlight on the girl, and she's like standing, dancing awkwardly with like a cup in her hand.
Oh, you can't let her alone.
Suzanne has like a red solo cup, and she's just like,
You can't now.
Power of the
The DM has made it so.
in her red dress, there's like the moonlight, the fake moonlight from the cathedral dome is like shining down on her.
colors. Yeah, your camera died as soon as you said that. There you go. Yeah, you want to go dance with her, right, Suzanne? Well, with Suzanne, right?
Okay. Is it weird that she's dead and that she doesn't know she's dead, but I know she's dead, and now I want to tell her that she's dead, but she can't know that she's dead?
Don't say anything.
Okay. You know what? You're right. And then I'll just like go something to steel myself up. Then I'll go over there. Be like, want to dance?
She looks up at you. And there's a bit of a. Uh, she almost says finally, but she doesn't. And she goes, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty good though. So just like try to keep up or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I'm really bad at dancing. You'll have to teach me.
She like moves your arms for you to like show you where to put it like on like her waist and stuff. And she goes, I think that's like the first time I've ever heard you say that you weren't good at something. There's layers here. Surprising. And as you begin to dance, perhaps snarking at each other back and forth as people do, or perhaps in total silence in the sheer awkwardness of it, under the weight of the things that are unspoken, you feel her hand, like kind of like briefly drift up to your neck and to your cheek, and regardless of what you know about her, regardless of what you think she is or isn't, her hand on your skin is warm. You can decide how you feel about what might be, if she's dead, if she's not dead, if she's real, if she's not real. That's up to you to decide. But right now, in this moment, as gravity or will or just inertia kind of brings you guys closer together, she feels warm to you. Right on. Cut from that. Alok and Gala, what are you up to?
Well, one of the things I have planned will affect Alok. So I guess I'll go.
Oh boy.
You never want to hear that from Tyler.
You never want to hear that from Tyler.
The quickest question, though, I don't think I've ever heard it, but I'm just double checking. Has Gala ever seen you have anything other than water?
The milk.
Milk?
Had milk once.
Okay, okay. Gallet will be... He'll have borrowed a pen and paper from someone, and he'll walk towards the table that holds Miela and Della. And he'll put all 4 drinks down, 2 of them being milk, and 2 of them being ales.
Mm-hmm.
He'll slide the 2 milks to Miela. Look. He's not gonna ask it. He's not gonna ask it, but he's had it rough out there. And he does not open up to me.
You see Miela's eyes look like terrified because she does not have context for this. She looks over to Dell and she signs something, and Dell looks from Miela, looks to you, and she goes, "Who?" And then Dell goes, "I mean, I know who, but like, she doesn't know who."
How about you dance with your friend, Alok, huh? I haven't seen you dance at all. You've so far all I've seen you do is play some beautiful instruments and sing a little bit.
She looks over to Dell, like very confused. Looks over to I'm assuming Alok has got to be hiding in a corner somewhere. He's got to.
I mean, not like
keeping
hiding, but yeah,
He's
he's.
rolling stealth right
he's not-
now.
he's
There's
not-
no
he's
way he
not
isn't.
going
Well, I
nowhere.
don't know this is happening, do I?
Yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. You probably
you're pretty self-conscious about me.
Well-
Yeah, you might be keeping an eye on it.
I
You
mean,
might be keeping an eye. You could. You
I
could
don't know. I
choose
think
to
I,
make a perception
I think
check.
I'd be keeping an eye on Ruby because Ruby was just threatening that shit. I was
Oh,
like, I'm
that's
gonna make sure that
true.
she's not getting over there.
Ruby seems predisposed. And so you do not notice what is happening right now. You see Mila nods and then very hesitantly kind of like she has this like nice kind of very plain looking like light blue dress on. You can tell it's probably one of the only dresses she owns. But it's like a nicer one than her normal like kind of cork and cove garb. And she kind of walks over towards the corner where Alok is.
Does she bring the
And-
milks?
She brings both milks.
Okay.
Alok is probably writing in his journal about the past adventures, and now that they've
Yeah.
time to sit down.
You see Dell kicks the chair towards you, slides you the ale, and she goes, "Well, it's about time, right?"
I think he needs something. And I think she needs something too. That's all.
We'll see about that. She looks very sternly at you. She goes, if I find out that his intentions towards her are anything less than the
He
most
is
gentlemanly
literally
imaginable,
he is the most
I will cut
gentleman.
him.
I understand. He is literally the safest, blandest guy on the team. Look at what they are bringing. What she's bringing to him. It's milk. Never even had alcohol.
Oh my god.
The dude will.
It's true.
The dude never puts his foot down. As soon as Ruby said anything about necromancy, he was putting his foot. Do not worry about it. He is like the kind-hearted guy.
necromancy, and she looks over at Ruby.
Oh
and
yeah,
goes,
Ruby's
"Oh,
scary. Yeah, Ruby's
okay,
scary. She
I
does the
mean,
lightning,
yeah.
like she brings back the dead now. Like
there's definitely romance and necks involved over in
Yeah.
that corner, so I get it.
she was trying to bring back a spider. I don't know why. That it served.
Clever.
It served no purpose. Oh well.
She laughs to herself and then starts drinking the ale. Left it down.
I begin to write some jokes on a piece of paper. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, I just low chance, but did you bring a set? A dragon chess set? Low chance, I know.
Unfortunately, I didn't. But
That's fine.
if at any point you want to call it early, I was probably going to anyway. Miela has kind of an early bedtime, but I mean, looks like that might not be in effect
Yeah.
tonight. Which, I mean, whatever. I guess kids deserve it.
Yeah. Thanks for everything.
She goes, I had initially agreed to bring everything over this way because I thought maybe Gallon would be a better home for the Cork and Cove than Lagan was. But hearing all this talk, Andros came back last night, or the other night, about the Red Wraith and storms coming. Kind of feels like there's no safe place anywhere for her or the bar.
I mean, technically, maybe the claw, but like that's pushing it.
Nobody's safe over there. A bunch of fucking animals.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been there, but I'll assume.
Right.
Well, can you help me with some jokes? I've been trying to work on a few. And I'll just I'll scoot closer to her. See, I'm trying to get dead men walking in here, but it's just not. It
Okay.
doesn't. The punchline's just not there.
Yeah, you spelled this word wrong, and I'm just kidding.
Well, no. It's faster right DED. Come on.
Oh, got it. Understood. Absolutely.
It's what the youngins call quick talk.
Here's
they
the
all
thing: you don't
say
want to
it.
use rule of threes, right? Like I was a bartender for a pretty long time.
Uh-huh.
I've heard a lot of stand-up comedians, and you're gonna need at least 3 bits. Is what I'm saying.
Well, then I'm done.
She laughs at that, and she says, I think we're gonna keep traveling on the Reaper. If that's still alright with you?
I'd be so happy for that to continue.
She's happy here, and when she's happy, I'm happy, so.
That's good.
And I never got to thank you, actually.
Or
I know you got her the harp.
darn it, I thought I was really quiet about. Wait, did I? I don't know. I know I wasn't quiet.
You brought
about
it to
that.
her room. You brought it to
Yeah.
that room, yeah.
I
She goes,
was more quiet than Alok at least.
and you know what that means? She downs her ale, slams it down. She goes, next round's on me. We're getting fucked up tonight.
Yeah!
And she goes over to the corner with where the drinks are and starts like mixing stuff. Alok, over in the corner. You were so intently focused on making sure Ruby's not up to anything dastardly that you do not feel. Mia's a very quiet person, and also her hands are holding milk, so she can't sign. So she's like standing there a little bit too far away for someone who's trying to get your attention for like a little while.
I'm just writing my journal, looking up at Ruby once in a while, and
Yeah.
writing. No idea.
Eventually, you see a little shadow like creep towards you, set a glass of milk down, and then kind of like wave right into the journal.
Oh.
She just with both hands just gives you a glass of milk.
Thanks, and he'll take it.
She like nods, then she grabs her glass of milk, and then she just like, instead of dancing, she just like leans against the wall next to you, like up maybe a foot or so apart, and just also drinks milk.
Like has no idea what to do. He just drinks milk.
Just the two most awkward
The most
people
awkward-
in the universe. Drinking
Two
milk
people-
together in the corner.
They're in the corner drinking milk at each other.
Listen,
It's
it's
just
who she
looking
is.
around. Awkward.
I think without high insight, you can see panic.
Lots of panic. Eventually you guys finish the milk. However, she kind of like sets it down, very careful with it, being experienced as a server, how much of a bitch it is to clean up a broken glass. And the music, you watch as she very sways instinctively to the sound of the music that is being played, and you can see her hands are like kind of like this, but her fingers are like twitching as if she is playing an instrument along to the tune of the song that is playing. Dude, give me an insight check. If you feel like you're that awkward, you can give yourself this advantage.
He is socially inept. I will give disadvantage.
2 natural 20s. Darn it!
I mean, cool of her to bring you milk.
Yeah. It was pretty cool.
What that could mean?
Parched. Yeah.
It's a mystery, man. You don't know what's
What
strange.
does it mean when a girl brings you milk?
What it doesn't have to mean anything at
I
all.
know,
If
no.
at all, who
She's
knows?
she's
I
a
was
bar.
just thirsty.
She's a waitress, of course. She'd
True.
bring you
You know,
that.
she's doing her job.
That
Maybe she
was
felt like-
yeah. She was just doing the nice thing. She knows your order.
This is all going on in Alok's head. He's just like always like, yeah, sure.
You guys, I'm gonna make a call here. You guys never fully are able to tell each other, hey, do you want to dance? Neither of you are able to say that. Miela certainly does not have the disposition to like kind of put that question out there. Even if she was encouraged to or knows that maybe it would be received well, cannot like internalize that as like a good, I can't say that. That's terrifying. But I think slowly over the course of the night, more likely by her swaying to the music, the distance between you closes. Until just the edge of her arm is touching just the edge of your arm. And no words are said. It's just
Well, I do think after a little bit, he'd maybe just start telling about the adventure that they went on. And what they
yeah. I think you finally feel her like bump up slightly next to you, and you kind of go, So did I tell you about? And she's like, no, tell me all about it. Just trying to see you tell me all about it. I want to hear everything. Kind of looking relieved that you guys finally have something to talk about. Um,
Disgusting.
and we're gonna end the night.
Wait!
Zooming in. Yeah.
I would like to end with my 3 bits.
Oh boy.
At
Okay.
this point, I have gotten a bit drunk.
Okay.
I'll stumble up. Hear ye! Hear ye! 'Tis Charlie Fenton! 2-bit comedian here. I got a few zingers for all that will listen. Ahem!
Yeah, keep going, Capitan.
What do you call espionage on a silk string? A spider!
That's Fabian in the background.
What?
With another slow clap.
What did the surfer say to the giant wave coming towards him? High tide!
Aidlock's clapping instinctively just to support his bro.
Thanks, man. And now,
Not amused.
what do you call a couple of brigands? A couple of nobodies? A couple of fools that shanty, that party, and that fight for each other? I look at all of them. A family. Thanks for the party.
Aw.
Everybody raises a glass. Alok and Mela, you guys can raise a glass of empty milk at this
Yep.
point.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, yeah.
Okay, I'm not getting paid for any more time on here. Have a good night.
You see in the background, Fabian wipes away a tear and he goes, "Oh dear, I've become unhinged. I must retire to my study," and then leaves the ballroom.
I have gotten crunk. Oh no.
Oh no, it is getting hot in here. He leaves, and I think Suma, you were there with Aaron, and Aaron goes, "Good grief, he is extremely drunk."
Ooh, Fabian?
Oh no, your friend Gallet.
He'll be fine.
He
Honestly,
looks around.
the bits happen even when he's not drunk, so
Oh, well, are they usually so good? Because I feel like that was better than the
no, that last
there's-
one was really good.
I cried a little bit.
I can see there you've got on your face.
Still, his mascara is like smudged a little bit.
Yeah. Wipe away the tear.
He goes, well, I'm certainly grateful that you were all able to make it. It had gotten a bit later. I was afraid that perhaps, you mistrusted the carriage and didn't want to get in, or something else had happened, or I wasn't sure, but this is a much better ball than the last one, I think.
I like to think so. And I'll like sort of elbow him a little bit. If you ever feel like being a brigand, don't hesitate to join the family.
He laughs to himself and he says, "Unfortunately, I have ties now. Responsibilities that I thought I had before, and I actually didn't. It sounds romantic, though. But it is, it's strange how much less time and space you have for romance once you've become royalty."
Well, you've done very well for yourself with this one. This was a lovely evening. Thank you for arranging it.
You deserved it. All of you did. I suppose every storm deserves a calm before it.
That it does.
He smiles, looks around at the ball and everyone, people kind of like dancing in groups or clumps or standing by themselves, watching couples waltzing. Nico is doing the worm now, and on the floor. Tinkerton is doing the robot. That's the only thing that they can do. And he nods to himself. He goes, "Well, the night is young. We're gonna zoom up, out and away from the ballroom as Alok and Miela stand awkwardly in a corner, talking, signing about their what's been going on in their lives lately. Suma and Aaron, take turns either waltzing or like having a conversation, taking a stroll. And Suzanne and Ruby have what would you describe it as, Ruby?
Moment, just like leaning like on each other as the night progresses, like swaying, not really dancing.
Yeah, she definitely lied about. She either lied about it or is like she's hopeless. I can't teach her how to dance, but this is fine. This is fine. Take what you can get, Suzanne. This is fine. And you guys just dance, and we're gonna zoom up and away from that, as kind of several huge threats have been extinguished in this corner of Ela over the past week or so. As you guys have grown and defeated several different challenges. You were level 4 when you got here. Level 3 when you got here. Actually, you're level 6 now.
Double in strength.
Looking around, as this is indeed perhaps a calm before a storm. Close of one chapter, and the crest at the beginning of something new. As in the next days, you are to discover, begin your preparations for your next destination. Thank you all for a great session. So we're gonna leave off. And that little tableau of everybody kind of like having a little dance at the end of truly a lot of heavy shit and people almost dying and dark forests and getting attacked in the middle of the night. We close on a much more peaceful scene. Thank you so much.
That was amazing.
Dragon attack.
That was so
That was
lovely.
amazing. That honestly, I was like, you know what? If the campaign ended here, I'd be pretty fine.
No.
That was such a good
I love
ending,
this
man.
so much.
When everyone joins up again, like that's always a free win against me. Like, everyone's back, everyone cares.
Whole gang is here.
The whole gang
You
is
think
here.
I'd bring back Jamie Allister, the guy who had like 6 lines that you forced me to improvise one time?
Hey, I'm happy he's back, man. But
Awesome session.
Fabian needed to be there, obviously.
Fabian, yeah, I had to bring back some favorites. Marina is definitely wine drunk in the corner. Still, actually, we're gonna cut right back in. Marina walks up to the 4 of you and she goes, "You guys, like, I finally did it. I broke up with Badario. I mean, he was my ex. Like, we got back together, but then we broke up again. But like this time, he's like, it's done. Like for real, it's done. And that's like the little Marina epilogue. You guys needed a Marina epilogue.
You know what?
Yeah, that was a loose end.
That was a
that
loose
needed to be
end.
cleared.
What happened with her and Badario?
The
We had
fans
to
are
know.
gonna ask, and you gotta close it off.
Yeah, that would have been the next quest to figure that shit out.
Yeah.
We gotta find that chicken.
Yeah, we
God.
do.
Yeah, that was.
Wait, no, that's guys. That's not for us anymore. That's for Shaggy. That's what he's gonna do.
Shaggy and Draymar are now the new main character in this region.
Yeah,
of the world.
they're gonna keep this place on lockdown.
And in a TPK, I will be coming back as a horse.
Dude, an awakened horse.
I don't know about this, guys.
So
Like gang.
Like,
If you
gang.
have room to fight.
So we're not playing next week, right?
We're not playing next week. That's why I wanted to end this on like a nice, like, here's the end of the arc kind of a way.
Makes
Because it is the end.
We're done with
end of an arc.
Gallon. In my mind, we're done with Gallon.
Yeah, me too.
Bye.
Time for Boyan. Woo!
We were here for a while. We were here for a really long time.
Yeah.
Let's just go clockwise around the map.
You know what? I'll be fine with that.
That might be what we're doing.
It kind of feels like what might happen.
Maybe.
So, are there any one shots lined up for next week? Does anyone prepare? Tylen?
I still have to have my windshield
Viv,
fixed.
where's the one shot? Where's the one shot?
Look,
Where's the one shot,
it's,
girl?
It's not even a one. Mine's gonna have to be a 2 shot. That means 2 work.
You can do it. I'm down.
I gotta have free time, man. I don't have free time.
Oh wow. I feel so. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel weird. I
Yeah,
feel
no,
like
the beginning of
good ending.
this, the beginning of this was like a real low for me, because I was like, I got teary, I got teary,
you threw it in this session. Not gonna lie.
I got teary. So like this is like all around for me. Got teary, dog was worried, came in, I got a pet dog. Now we all have a party.
Oh,
Cheery from what? What happened?
Oh no, I just I think my dog heard me and like,
The-
oh, he's sad. You know?
He's talking about the Alistair stream. I
Yeah,
think.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
yeah. Good dog.
that was awesome too. That was
Oh.
super.
Thank you. Lots of monologues and
Yeah.
like just like kind of one-on-one scenes. So I think I wanted to say shout out like thank you for everybody for being super cool about kind of what it's like just like one character having their thing or like one character having like a dialogue. I think everyone's super cool about like kind of like waiting their turn. Like
I'm waiting for
I-
Alok.
I really appreciate that.
I like being on the sidelines. I like
I'm
watching
waiting.
you guys go
Nah,
through shit.
nah. Next time it's gonna happen, and I want to be here. I don't want to leave the call.
Hey, to be fair, depending on where we were tonight, I was thinking about jumping into that or alluding to it, but kind of ended in a weird spot. So maybe next, or not next week, maybe next episode.
Next episode.
Wait. So is this
Bless you.
season 2 or is this season 3?
it feels
was
like season 2.
3, right?
This was like the end of season 1. This was cooler 1, I think.
Okay.
Okay,
so-
I like that. I
That
like
makes
that being
sense.
season 1.
All right. So what's the season 1? What was it called?
Ooh. The winds are changing.
I was thinking of something with winds for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like
Something with
half of it,
B.
right? No, actually, it was way more than that. How did it start?
Baddies. Baddies of.
Baddies. The
Baddies.
Big Five is born.
When someone's like, hey, let's watch JoJo Part 1. What is it called? It's Daddies. I don't.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
we've
just
been here a
JoJo
long
Part
time in Gallon. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
We've
realized
been here since episode 7. We've been here 12 sessions.
holy.
That's like-
Yeah.
Over
Yeah.
half, right?
That's over half. I can't believe Lagan was just. I can't believe we got Lagan in 3 sessions. That's crazy to me. I feel like a lot of stuff happened there.
Oh, yeah, for
but,
sure.
That's true.
It does feel like really jam packed. Like this felt like a lot more around, but Lagan was like done, in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we got here at episode 7. Like episode 7 was when we got here. That's crazy.
We're
Yeah,
efficient
so it's-
workers.
12 sessions. 12
Didn't
sessions.
feel like we were here that
We
long.
got
I
To
do
be fair,
want.
there were some sessions that were like we had like a shopping episode.
Yeah.
The ball thing took a long time. Took a lot of sessions.
Yeah, that was 3, I think,
Just
on its
that
own.
one night took a lot of
The
that
ball?
one. Yeah.
Well,
the
like
first
getting
ball.
here and then like getting to the actual ball. Like, there was a lot of it.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
eating
Awesome art.
Aaron,
Yeah, I had fun.
Seducing Aaron.
Awesome season.
And Ruby's getting closer to
Yeah.
what she wanted at the very first second session, which has become a wind cloak, but now she's a storm cloak. I-
That's
Yeah.
true.
You like that I put that in for you?
That's
It's like
sick.
a
I
cool
was
thing.
waiting
You're
the
one of a
whole
kind.
time.
You're one of a kind.
I was waiting for that.
Um,
So we're just a parade in front of the Storm King and be like, yeah, but do you have a storm cloak?
Can you control the storm?
dude,
I don't think so.
I'm just gonna say, every time you say Stormcloak, I'm never not gonna think of Skyrim. Every time you say that, I'm like, oh god damn it, I hate those.
yeah, no, that's fair. I didn't
Think
know
of
what else.
Storm
It was just too perfect. You know what I mean? I guess it could be like squall cloak, cloak, tempest cloak.
No.
Oh no, Stormcloak is definitely better.
Yeah,
It's just
Because
such a
I can't
catchy name.
hear others.
let's not call it a squall cloak. That is the least cool thing.
World.
But yeah, fond memories of this arc. This arc, for me, if you guys want to know, for me, this arc started really rocky. For me, I was like very stressed out about, especially the very beginning of it, because I felt like I was reeling from Jason leaving.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, so
That's
when you
fair.
say this arc, do you mean like from the beginning or like the first episode?
Yeah, I mean from the first, I guess from when we got to Gallon, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Well,
like,
Go ahead.
no, you go.
I just remember we had that fight that didn't become a fight, and I think we're not expecting.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that either.
Oh my
That
God, dude.
definitely
Yeah.
that changed a lot of how this was supposed to go. But that's how it goes.
I can imagine I'm gonna rewatch all these episodes one day because I've had a lot of fun. This has been a really fun
Yeah.
game.
This has been
Like,
a fun.
Everyone
season.
here is phenomenal. I love all of you guys.
We're all the best. You know, we're all
the best. We're all in our feels. We're all in our like season finale feels.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet you're all wondering what my character felt like on episode 5. I know.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
At the time,
At the end
We
of
should just
this,
make a
everyone.
Q&A episode for ourselves.
Yeah. At the.
for ourselves, no audience. We're
Yeah.
just talking to ourselves.
So
So,
what?
what were you thinking?
Hey, look. So it's been like 800 episodes.
Okay, fight
Who-
me.
Why didn't you tell me anything about your character within that
Fight me,
timeline?
dude. You barely asked, okay? No, only you have asked, and you've barely done it. Like, as soon as he's like, I don't know, you're like, okay, fine.
Well, yeah, because I'm not trying to tread on your shoes.
Okay, then there you go.
I'm going to forcibly push a romance at you and see where that goes.
It did happen.
It happened.
It did happen. I'm trying to say true though. Well, I think I love the romances. I'm definitely not gonna escalate the ones. Like, I don't think Mila in that situation is never gonna ask Alok to dance. Like 10 times out of 10.
Well, I wouldn't
not-
either.
Not gonna do it. Neither of them would, and I feel like that feels more true about
Oh yeah. Keep
like
it true.
anything else happening there. Yeah.
Let it be that. Let it be. Let it get so bad that everyone on the ship is annoyed. Let everyone be like, "Oh my God, he gave up the chance." It's like one of those like romance shows where it's like, it's just so long and they never get together, and then the final episode they finally do, and then the series just ends.
And it's in a disappointing way too. You're like, oh
Yeah,
really? Come on, that's how it was asked.
Yeah. Like you know what, Chino? For all of us, at the day that Alok is the one to like bring it forward,
Okay.
have fate screw with him and make it so that he can't.
Hey,
He says
no.
it, fireworks go off, and she didn't
Yeah,
hear
fireworks go off.
Fate only screwed me over because I screwed Fate over. Okay.
it. Yeah. Make.
I need to do something first.
He tries to sign
Yeah.
"I like you," but like a smoke bomb
Yeah.
erupts between them, and you can't see.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
That's awful.
Oh
At
my
this-
god.
Just make it
Down for it.
vindictive.
I love the
Oh.
awkward. It's great.
Yeah.
Wow, we really did it. We got a combat in too.
Oh,
Got a
yeah.
combat in
A deadly
Like-
combat.
Against the
Several-
CR1.
against a CR1 creature.
We could have taken that on at level 2.
Man, Ruby's
Got
got
a
it
combat.
rough.
We got a bunch of like dream sequences
Yeah.
in. We brought Valer back. I was surprised. I was like, oh fuck. I didn't think that I guess it makes sense now that Alok wouldn't bring her back, because really you guys don't know much about her.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Alok-
oh, she could be.
He was so responsible. He's like,
Well, I mean,
"This is
I
not
saw the
worth
repercussions last time. I was like, I'm not fucking with it again. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely
Bye,
like
Miela.
the
Oh, that was
Exactly.
bad.
That's a possibility. I'm not messing with it, man. What if we
I
lose
guess-
Simon? Like that's
I mean,
he's our mascot.
I mean that's a good. Like, I'm okay with losing Simon. Like, that's fine. But like, if we lose
Liz
someone,
will kill you.
if we lose someone like
I
Nico,
love
though, then we lost someone truly important.
Simon is like our mascot, though. We can't lose him.
I'm okay with
If
losing
Nico
him. He could be
dies, we
lost.
riot.
He could be lost.
I feel like
Um,
there's no one on the crew who I would be okay with losing it.
Well, what about galley number 3? You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking.
That
Yeah.
lady whose name is on the floor
You
plan.
know
that
what?
I was thinking of that.
we
Yeah,
don't
we
know
haven't
yet.
met her.
Yeah, but
Legitimately,
you've never met her.
Season 2,
legitimately,
baby.
legitimately, no one would
Hey,
miss her because no one knew her.
Hey, what about Shaz though? Come
Hey.
on.
This was the introduction season. It will get more involved with everything in
Yeah.
the next season, and that's when we talk
Yeah.
to what is it? Shaz?
Lula?
Wait,
Lula,
Shaz and
yeah.
Lula.
Wait, who-
Yeah.
who's Shaz? Do we know Shaz?
Shaz taught you how to tie a knot once in episode 3 or
That-
2, I think.
Yeah, man, Shad.
Yeah, I
It
remember.
was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
yeah,
episode
you tied-
1.
You tied a ladder. No, that was. Oh, maybe.
It was when we were like
No, I
just
think it
starting to
was
set
3.
sail, and we all had to start helping out.
I think
It
it
was
was
I
after
think it was
the
right
raid fight.
before Lagan.
Oh,
It was
really?
right before Lagan. Yeah, you guys were like
Oh,
figuring out
right,
how to help
because
out on the ship.
he became captain. Yeah, and then he was delegating. Okay, yeah, you're right. That would be.
Ah,
Fun fact: I have developed sea rules, like when you guys are like
Yeah!
at sea.
Nice.
It
I
is-
wanna go back to the sea.
if people don't mind being spoiled about it, I would like to just show it to a couple of people
Yeah.
who have more experience to be like, hey, is this stupid? Is this too complicated? Is this gonna work? Is this gonna be like tiring?
Nothing
Um,
stupid.
It's
Sure.
extremely involved. Like
Yes.
very involved.
I want it. I want it. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And Viv, I wanted to ask you a question.
Hmm.
Are you keeping track of which spells you have prepared?
Yes.
You are.
Yes.
Okay. How are you doing that? Because you know there's a really easy way to do it on your character sheet.
Seen her
I
do it
was-
before. It's just maybe because you didn't
I-
think that you were gonna use a lot of stuff today, or like post.
I honestly put it on a notes, and then I have.
Oh. If you want to keep track of it on your character sheet, you can just click like the little bubble next to the spell, and it'll make it red, and you can know that those are prepared, the red ones.
Okay.
Just I just
Yeah,
didn't know if
maybe-
you knew or not.
I was not aware of it.
Oh, I thought I'd seen it before. My bad.
I think maybe I did it before, but I just forgot about it. But
I was just making sure you.
The law of
Just
the
so
sea.
many-
Wait, where is this posted?
Volume 1, baby.
Oh, is it handouts? Oh.
there's just so many spells.
Oh no. Alright. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Aw.
Oh.
This is
I like
extremely
the brown
convoluted,
thing.
okay?
I can read this like probably tomorrow, but I do.
Don't
work
read
in the
this now. There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a
Yeah.
lot of it. So this
Wait.
is surely.
This is so
Truly.
cool.
I wrote it as if I was writing like what?
Mutiny?
It's about time.
Hell yeah.
It's about time.
These are all subject to
Okay.
change. It's just a system that I had thought of, but it has not been tested or thought of that much. So that's why I wanted to get opinions on like, do you think this would be fair at all? Yeah. Also, you guys all got an extra 2,000 gold.
Yeah, we're gonna spend that.
Yeah, so everybody has 200 platinum, right? Everybody put that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
200 platinum for everybody.
Also, by the way, before we need to split the other money that we got, the smaller money, but still money. The 100 gold and the 80 gems, but didn't Ruby say she wanted the gems?
I could just take my cut of the gems. So like.
I mean, you could just
280 divided
put
by
like
4.
a gold equivalent of the gems in and have more of the gems if like people are cool with it.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll do that. So 180 divided by 4. Someone do math.
Can I
So
sell
that
my
is
short
a
bow?
45. 45.
45. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
I'm almost overweight on items I can carry.
Oh my god, are you actually keeping track of that? You're nuts.
Well, it does it on the character sheet itself.
Oh wow.
But it sucks.
Yeah.
How much?
You would get 45 each.
Oh, how much can you carry? How much weight can you carry?
Depends on your strength score.
It's 8 times.
Right?
Well, it's with strength times like what, 15?
Well, I can carry 120, so whatever 8 times that. Wouldn't that be 40? I don't know.
That's
Probably
hard
15.
work.
That's not 15 sounds right.
By the way, can someone remind me? Alright, so Claw Girl, she has eye. Who has other eye? Isn't there
Isn't-
another eye?
Hermes?
Red Wraith has the other eye,
Oh no.
Ah, thank you.
which I think Aramis said that.
Yeah, I think that's why.
Did
Yeah,
Aramis say that? Or
yeah,
did I
no, he
spoil
did.
That? Wait.
No, he
No,
did.
we did know
He did.
that, but I can't remember who said it now.
No, Aramis definitely said that. I remember. He's like,
Who
I
was
was
it?
going for the Red Wraith to try to do something about curse or something. Like, he definitely said it.
Something like that.
Someone has definitely
If
said
you
it.
want,
Oh,
if you're
somebody said-
if you're really
somebody-
scared, you can go back to the previous episode.
The Red Wraith also has the other eye. The one it had been described to you guys that one of them was taken ages ago, and one of them was taken
Right, okay.
recently. So you could probably surmise that the one the Red
Just-
Wraith has is the one taken ages ago.
We're just on the ship and Aramis rolls over. He's like, by the way, the river has the eye. Okay, bye.
By the
Yeah,
way,
yeah, no, we
Yes.
asked him to stop one more time. Wait! Wait!
Yeah.
yeah, that is my biggest bane of like, fuck, how do I end the scene?
Well, bye.
We decide when it ends.
Yeah. And I'm like, it's more cinematic if it ends here. Oh, just kidding. There's probably more information you guys should know. I probably should have just said it earlier.
We always have more questions.
Yeah, and now you have that. I think clerics get sending too.
Yeah.
You can
it's a third
prepare it,
level
yeah.
spell.
God dang
Yeah.
it.
So now you guys have like potentially 4 sendings a day to just badger people with questions. Everyone you've met. So.
Red Wraith.
6 if we want.
Oh yeah, with your arcane recovery. Or is that what it's called?
Since we're 6th level, we have 3 3rd level slots.
Oh shit! You're right. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, how exciting.
I definitely have one I want to send, but we've already.
Gal and I have so many spell slots.
I have
Yeah.
2.
So just
Yeah,
so
no.
you guys know, just kind of as a roadmap, the next session will probably be kind of a whatever loose ends were not wrapped up in this little epilogue. Probably lots of shopping.
Yeah.
I'm assuming if you guys want to, if you guys feel like, hey, let's not roleplay the shopping, let's just kind of like roleplay leaving the island or whatever. Totally down for that. Just like kind of just ask me like, hey, what spells does Matilda have in stock right now? And I'll be able to tell you exactly what spells those are.
I think we can do that for the shopping. I do have something to do before we go, but I will prefer to RP that.
Yeah. So any kind of off-screen shopping you want to do, feel free to just like message me or whatever. And we can work it out that way. I'm assuming I don't know how much of in a hurry you guys are to leave the island. I know we've tentatively set the destination as Palea, which is great because we're gonna get lots of Ruby content. Kind of hyped for that.
Hell yeah.
I'm about that.
And Suma? What do you mean? Suma's got a lot of stuff going on over there.
Both of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's be emo together.
Yay!
Palea must suck if they're like, haven't been hyping it up as a cool place.
No, we haven't. Not at all.
The only thing that I'm excited about their in character is that there's a spider goddess that we might be able to get on the crew. I'm looking forward to that.
And we did Loth Lord today. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we're gonna get Loth on the team.
We got my version of Loth on the table.
No clue who they are.
Sick.
Oh wait, just because I have you here.
Okay. I have not gotten to the story yet. I literally when I hopped on the call, I had just gotten into my room.
What does the book say today?
What does the book say today? The book says, let me look up at the map real quick, see if I can spot anything particularly interesting. I'm gonna give you a super random fun fact.
Yay!
Fun fact. In Edelheim, the royal family there, which has been maintained for centuries and centuries and centuries, always the women of that line always give birth to twins. And there is a ritual performed at the birth of these twins. Yes, Liz, more twins. Called the freezing. And they go to one of the few rivers in Edelheim that are kind of still liquid, and they take both children and they dip them into the river very briefly.
Oh my god.
And the one that because one of the twins is always impervious to the cold, and one of them is just normal, and the one impervious is given the right to rule, while the other one is kind of like a lower status between the two.
Whoa.
The one who rules and the one who shivers.
Wow.
Is it not based on gender though?
No, it's just whoever is
That's
whatever
cool.
the first. It's just primogeniture.
So,
The first born
question:
child.
Is
Twins.
when they dip them into the river, is one small piece of their ankle, not cold resistant?
Unfortunately, yeah, exactly. If you hit them with a cone of cold, and aim it
At
if
the
it hits
feet.
their ankle, they'll die immediately. Actually,
Wow.
Damn.
That's amazing. I have an assassination
Keep
plan
that.
now.
Store
there you
that.
go.
Store that. I'm good. Mhm.
That's right. I do world building ahead of time. Just kidding. Because
I believe
I
you.
really didn't know where you guys were gonna go
Wait, was
after
the ankle
this.
thing? The ankle thing was a joke, right?
That was a joke. That was a
Yeah.
joke.
I thought
The
so. Just making
freezing
sure.
thing is very much real. It
That's
is a very
really
different
cool.
place.
Random lore. I love that. Super cool.
This book's
Well,
so
perhaps
cool, guys.
it's just a plot device for me to exposit on like parts of the world you guys haven't gone to yet.
I'm happy I didn't
Um,
sell it for gold.
You almost did. I was rewatching that
Yeah.
episode, just to remind myself. Fun fact, Tylen, you have a coin that can impose disadvantage.
Hey, I know.
One
I know.
use. I completely forgot.
Yeah,
I
I've been
forgot.
holding on
I,
to
for,
that.
I forgot Alok had a health potion until I was watching part of that episode over.
I don't know where I got it from. I just had it in my sheet.
You
so.
bought it at Matilda's.
Did I buy? Oh yeah, I probably would have. I like to always have one on me.
It's weird
Speaking of
that I
which-
have so many things for reactions. I have the earrings most of the time. I have now a shield. And then I also have that. And also I have the thing that halves damage for my familiar that uses that reaction. There's a lot of things that I use reaction for.
You have Featherfall now as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I gotta be careful with that. Most people I don't have to use reactions.
Oh my god. I don't think I fucked up any rules today too. I feel so
Yeah.
good about myself.
That was a dangerous Spider-Man.
It was a dangerous fighter.
Man, you got 2 crits in a row.
I got one auto crit and one unfortunate crit that I think I was about to say wasn't the crit, but
Nah, that's fair.
You-
I'd be sitting.
yeah.
I was
I guess
messing around when I said that, but
if you were surprised, I guess it would make sense that like you didn't have time to get up because you would have on your turn you still had
Yeah.
to use your movement to it makes sense.
He
It makes
used the
sense.
surprise round, and then he was also higher in initiative.
Which was unfortunate.
Oh man, this was great. I like things being tense.
it was really
I'm
cool.
sorry,
going from
Ruby,
tense to,
though.
like,
I'm sorry to you, Viv. When it gets tense, it gets bad for you.
I'm so sorry. You have Thunderstep now though to just yeet yourself out of a situation.
It's good. It's good. I was like, okay, if I have time, I'm gonna use the earring. Sorry, Suma, you're gonna switch places with me. I'll be further back. I'll be fine. But there was no time.
I feel like
Yeah,
I constantly am
sleeping.
forgetting about the earring because it was with Gallup for so long. I'm
Yeah.
like, I haven't thought of it.
It's really
Yeah, well,
good.
It's good. It's helpful.
In fact, I think I probably would have given it back to you,
I'll
Gallet,
take it back.
after once we've slept and you can use it again because I'm never gonna remember it.
I gave it to you specifically so someone could use it.
Yeah, that's not happening. Too airheaded.
I'm so happy. I really like Valera as a character, and I was like, oh fuck, she could just
Oh
be
my
permadead right
gosh.
here.
Oh yeah.
That would be so sad. I needed to have that conversation with her so bad.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys got to have it. It was very. I think it was good for her too.
Nice.
For your jokes, yeah, everyone loved it.
Oh no, I was just doing something. I just wanted to know consistency wise, how well did I do? For the okay, well that. Let's see, did that?
I
Break?
thought the jokes were great. That family
Yeah.
one kind of got me.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
gonna lie, that one kind of got me. I did
Yeah.
get a little bit emotional on that one.
I'm happy for that one. That one.
but yeah,
Well, I wasn't planning to actually do actual jokes, but then you got me. I was like, oh, they're so nice. Oh, this is so nice. I have to end it with family.
Ah,
I think it was awesome.
Yeah.
Super.
I'm glad. I wanted to wrap it up in a bow. I feel like the last arc close also kind of felt this way a little bit.
Yeah.
But we just like wrapped up a bunch of loose ends at the same time, like with the Rotwood thing ending, and you guys like doing all this backstory stuff. I kind of wanted to get another that feel. I wanted to do it before the break as well to kind of have good vibes going into the break. And then Palea is gonna be a whole new adventure with a whole new vibe. Different setting. I don't have to voice so many fucking elves.
I am so
It makes
excited to get
it makes
away
it
from these
glaringly
elves.
apparent that I only have one British accent, and sometimes it's old. That's it.
You
Is your
got,
dwarvish any better?
you got a good dwarf?
They're all southern. Just all of
Oh,
them.
right.
I just realized, did Aurelius come with us, or did he stay at the village?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Aurelius
No, he
with
came
you.
with us.
Came
He
with
was
you.
at the house.
He was at the house.
Okay.
I think that he would have taken. He might have wanted to. He would have wanted to be there. I think he probably showed up there as well.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't be
he's just hanging
family.
out in the back.
It wouldn't be family without him.
It would be family if someone was missing. But
Yeah,
he's probably
yeah.
being emo somewhere,
Yeah.
still thinking about that prophecy.
Stop being so emo, everyone. God. Just
there was
hide
a
it
prophecy
deep
for
down.
2 seconds.
This
Hide
is so
it.
weird. Emotion?
No, hide it deep down. Let no one
Cringe.
see it. It's weakness.
Oh yeah, dude, when you were doing that with Gala in the beginning. Oof.
It's weakness.
I remember that. We remember that.
Yeah.
So much growth. 19 episodes, y'all.
Yeah.
19 sessions. That's crazy. I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I really do like that being the first season. That's a really,
Yeah.
that seems right.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think of a season-ending name like that. I want it now on the episode, but I can't. I'll try to find something.
Yeah, this is one I'm definitely gonna watch a couple of times.
Yeah.
There's certain things I watch or like I watch a couple of times just to be like, okay, that was good. That's like a scene that I imagine in my head. I picture this animated sometimes.
I'm so man, I'm so excited to use the sashes. They're all interesting.
Yeah.
What was Suma got a fan, right? Like hers is a fan +1 and also does something, right?
Yeah, it's also a sword.
Yeah, it's a like fan that folds into a sword. It's like a transform.
Yeah.
Which was, I thought that was so cool that you included that because I was like, what if this? And then it existed.
And now
And that
it
was
exists.
really cool.
I was like, hell yeah, I gotta come through on this one. And I think narratively as well, it was like, oh, how do I justify like Suma getting a sword? Does everybody have to get a sword? But then just the fact that it worked out that you just did like that the boss had like 100 something 40 HP and it healed itself multiple times. I think you did like 100 of his HP, like minimum.
It
More
was good.
for sure.
It was good.
More, maybe more.
Because I mean, we just barely started hitting it at the end for like, I don't know, 20 damage, maybe.
I think I made it to double digits. Maybe.
We didn't do that much. I hit it once, I think.
Yeah.
Just off some nuts rolls. And I think it made sense for the supplement to reward you, like having like spent the most time watching your martial prowess to reward you with the weapon.
You were fighting on the webs. You gotta respect webbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you jumped up there. You took I'm pretty sure I set the DC at a 20 and then you hit a 20. Like in my head, the DC was a 20, maybe. And then you hit a 20 to like get up there perfectly, and I was like, well, it's meant to be. Or at least I know I set it pretty high, and you got a 20.
Suma was badass.
Yeah.
I also just want to say thanks, Viv, for I know I'm giving you some stuff. You kept everyone alive. Like,
Yeah.
at the very least, you kept Gallet super alive. It's just unfortunate with how things work out ever.
And who's been keeping Ruby alive?
Hmm.
4 times now I've brought you back. Unconscious. Maybe.
I don't know.
that's
How
the
much do you get to
that's
say,
the-
though? You're always away from the fight safe. You know how hard it is for Ruby?
Yep.
Ruby and sometimes Gallet are the only people that stay in the front. Suma just vanishes all the time.
Oh yeah, no.
In and out.
Every single
Suma and I
time
would be good before.
I'm trying to make plans with Suma on the board somewhere, and it's like, darn it.
Can't pin me down.
Ruby is the
Steps
only.
be Misty.
She's the only definitive one that I know will be there, and that gives me opportunities. So
might
thank
be
you.
unconscious. After
Like
Yeah.
20 AC or something like that.
It was super unlucky. I forget. Dirk was specifically pissed at her. The owl bears. It's just you guys failed your perception checks, so they got surprised on you, so they attacked you.
And also, she teleported away from me. like like not away from them, but so I could get away. So that
Oh,
was
You
yeah.
can go down
So
the
that
other
was
one
still.
though, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
did
but you
it.
get hit a lot though, which I think contributes
get
to
hit
the
a lot.
later. And I think it was just bad luck that like, I was rolling a d4 to decide which of those eggs would hatch when they did hatch, and it was just like the one right next to you. And the layer actions fucked you over like a lot as well. Um,
Look, it makes sense. The wind place full of elves sucks for dwarves. This is all thematic. Chino
All
didn't tell
thematic.
you about this. It was all thematic.
I rigged your
Racism.
dice.
Or what's
It's
it called?
fantasy racism.
Because they all have something against me because I worship Priscilla.
Yeah.
Yeah. Strangely, the Silk Mother seemed cool with Priscilla. She
Yes.
caught that. She was like,
Makes
yeah,
sense.
she was sick. Very nice to me.
Oh, by the way, Liz.
Hmm?
Small thing. The reason why I put the sash like a belt is because of that thing you sent, like the first art you did, where he was wearing like
Oh
Gallet was wearing
yeah.
that. I was like,
I
and
remember.
he looks great with it. Yeah, he's gotta. I was originally thinking like an
Yeah.
armband or like some kind of like neck thing, but like
I
nah.
should recolor it so it looks like spider silk.
Oh.
It'll be more
You,
accurate.
you don't need to. You don't need.
I really want to do a bandana, but goddamn, Maylock is not cool.
No. Okay, A-Lock. This. I'm sorry. Right. This is what you have to do. This for me. The day that I die, you have it soaked in my blood and
That's what I plan.
Bardock it.
Well,
That's
not that.
Bardock.
No way.
I do plan at some point. He's
Yeah.
probably gonna take it off when he's gonna go sicko mode and just
Yeah.
put it on his head.
I will be far more okay to accept my death or any other party member's death if you make it sick.
Honestly, Alok with this sash though is like super like he could literally teleport behind you with a bonus action dash and just go nothing personal, kid. uh,
Yep.
Because that's 180 feet in a dash.
Yeah, I know if he does it. Yeah, because if he goes 90, then bonus action. No, actually, couldn't. Okay, so it does. If he does the easy, like the one turn, you said it's triple?
Yeah. Just for the one turn,
90,
though.
180, and then he can use his action to dash, right? So that would be another.
It's 270, yeah.
So that man be zooming.
In one turn, if I use everything to move. But I also did the math. If I did the 1 minute one over the course of a minute, it would be like 1,000 turns for 5 feet.
But that one time you need to get 270 feet within 6 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna use the 1 minute more often. I'll use the 1 minute, but that one time that I gotta go
one
fast.
time you really need it, it's like super useful.
I have Sonic.
I will likely work with these different abilities if you feel like, hey, mine feels underpowered, mine feels overpowered. Just let me know because I homebrew everything and I'm just like, this would be cool.
I'm super happy with mine. Just one question though. Does it
Yeah.
use a item DC or my DC?
Your DC.
Okay. Was wondering.
All these sashes and stuff are attunement.
Yeah.
I think I said that.
Yeah, some items require like have their own DC. Is why I ask.
Yeah, but it's as if you're casting the spell. It is briefly allowing you. Cool. If anyone's interested, I'm low-key homebrewing a Windcloak subclass. So.
Was it for like monk or?
Everyone wants to multi-class in that.
It depends how it goes.
It's some bullshit. I'm still working on it. I'll let you know if I ever finish it.
I die.
There's like breath points and shit.
Oh,
anyway,
my horse is gonna be so sick, you guys.
Your horse is gonna be a fucking Windcloak. I also did not expect that to be a thing. I think that just kind of emerged eventually, and I was like, "There's no way they save the whole forest and like not get fucking honorary sashes, right? There's no way."
Yeah,
I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I was like, you've thrown so many gifts at us. I'm like, huh? What? Like each time it's more than I expect. Like the first one, I was like, oh, the sashes. That's perfect. Thanks, man. Oh, healing potions. Oh my god, that's an abundance. Oh, a little chest full of even more money. Yeah, thanks, man. Oh, 800 platinum. Sure, why not? That's
It was
fine.
a season finale, you know.
It's a season finale. It's also reparations.
Yeah.
Your first quest was 7 gold.
Uh,
I was.
well, like, no, this makes sense. Like, you have to hop jobs to get better pay. So, like, this makes an entry level job. They're gonna overwork you, and now we're at like manager level.
Yeah. I also was like, you guys kill a dragon, and you guys didn't get that much out of it. And I was like watching that episode of the shopping episode, and I was like, oh man, I didn't have any gold. And I had like lowered the gold cost of a lot
Yeah.
of those items. I like
Oh, yeah.
undershot everything.
I
And I
was
was like, this, and I'm like, they have nothing, and I'm like, that's my bad. That's like, you know what I mean? So I was like, oh well, it makes sense that like, especially from Aaron's perspective of like, you guys kill a dragon and you can get shit for it. Well, I'm rich now, so
we did what was right with no pay. That's what heroes
Yeah.
do.
now you
Yeah, I was
pay.
part of it. I didn't need to pay. But hey, we got it. So.
I'm happy for the pay specifically, so I can The worst thing about that dragon fight was that we had to kill a dragon, and I felt bad for it. That dragon had it way too rough.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah,
I didn't get to see the dragon die.
that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
It could have
I know we're-
escaped. You don't know.
I know we're all buzzing from the sesh, but if you guys need to go, please feel free to go. Thank you. This was like one of the best sessions I've ever had.
Oh
ever.
yeah, darn it! Is
as a
this the
DM,
best
one
session
of my
I've had?
favorite.
It's up there at least.
We'll get there. One of my favorites for sure.
Yeah.
I think I really liked last session. I think that was probably my favorite.
Oh, that spider stuff was
Really,
fun.
last session because of the combat.
Everything. I think the leading up to it was really funny and fun.
The
Yeah.
athletics checks, right?
Oh,
We,
the athletic checks were
we had
great.
a lot of good back and forth, and I don't know. I thought it was fun.
The best.
I wasn't sure how.
Also, the
I
Aramis.
wasn't sure how the Aramis reveal went over. Were you guys like, oh, they were dead the whole time? Wow. Or
Oh, it was
like-
really cool. I was
wasn't
just
sure.
confused, so it took me
Yeah.
a while to catch on.
I was definitely like, and then everyone was like, "We gotta chase them." I was like, "Oh, like
I was so close to just shooting her. So like, this is fucked up. I just want to shoot her, but I was like, I like wouldn't do that.
I legitimately didn't catch on. I sent the thing because I was like, oh yeah, this is the right thing to do. But then you guys were like, hold on. And then we chased them, which I was actually shocked because I did not push for that. Just simply because, like, in my head, narratively, we can't catch up. Like, we had our opportunity. It was given to us. They got away scot-free. But, we still could, technically. So that was
Yeah,
like,
I mean, somebody said, well, they're super injured, so there's no way they're gonna be moving as fast as us. And Viv, you were like, can I pop the bag of winds to like push us?
Yeah.
It makes us travel faster. And I was like, fuck, that's dope.
We-
I gotta let that be a thing.
how does a bag of wind get recharged, or does it not? How did you
It
make it?
passively gets recharged really quickly when you're in Gallon. That was actually established.
Oh,
When you first got it. It was like it does over time, a long time, but it recharges really fast when you're in Gallon. It'll only be like a day.
oh, sick! We didn't lose much then.
Because
Oh.
it's so naturally windy here.
Oh, we should have a wind cannon. Oh, I gotta tell Tinker about that.
Um,
Wind cannon would be sick.
I'll check it out. Cool. I haven't eaten, so I'm gonna go do
Probably
that.
should eat.
4 in the morning. I probably should-
Thanks for an incredible session. One that I will always remember. Thank you. Also for staying up late.
Next
talking.
session's gonna
I
be
think
better. Next
that's
session's
the goal.
gonna be even better.
We're gonna be the drama in the shopping episode is gonna be sky high.
My last
Yeah.
bit, there's gonna be drama.
We're gonna be haggling left and right, you know?
Yeah,
just
but
like-
I'm a returning customer.
We just
Anyway,
murdered them.
Yeah,
I
That's a
will-
bad price.
With a bad price, I will cry on screen. It will be so harsh.
I dare you to.
I will. Don't dare me. I have
Great.
spite.
Good. Use that.
I will.
Let the hate flow through you. Anyway,
Okay.
bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Sayonara.
Good night.